or tune in on Facebook Live or YouTube.com. This is a hybrid meeting, and therefore folks can be here in person or through the internet. So we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And first, we'll go to our city clerk, Wendy Wood, for the roll call.
Councilmember Chua. Councilmember Chua is present. Councilmember Dominguez. Councilmember Dominguez is present. Councilmember Fan. Councilmember Fan is present. Vice Mayor Montano. Here. Vice Mayor Montano is present. Mayor Tran.
Here.
Mayor Tran is present.
Thank you very much, Wendy. And next up on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody may stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We will move on now to the invocation. Tonight's invocation will be presented by Milpitas' very own, our Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Let me see, I just had it here. Okay, here it is. So I'm going to read Psalms 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And we'll keep tonight going. I just want to welcome city staff tuning in. We do have the hybrid model tonight, doing our best here in City Hall to ensure folks have their space, and we're still going to be very effective with our public service. So shout out to all the department directors and our city staff for being with us here tonight. We do see you on our Zoom. Fantastic. Next up on the agenda is the presentations. I'm going to go ahead and go to the presentations later on this evening. We do have a couple of United States Olympians and Milpitas residents that will be recognized tonight, as well with a very valued member of the community. So I'm just going to do one presentation here for our special guest, and I'll go down myself. Thank you. Okay, so tonight's first presentation is a commendation for a very well-known center here in our city. It's the Bodhi Meditation Center, and this month they celebrated their 8th Bodhi Meditation Day, and it's not the first time that they've been here to be recognized, and I'm so happy to see folks back in person. You know, it's been over a year. And so this is a commendation for the Bodhi Meditation Center. On behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Rich Tran, recognize Bodhi Meditation Center on celebrating its 8th Bodhi Meditation Day. Since 2008, Bodhi Meditation has helped over 20,000 people with their state of well-being and happiness. We are grateful for Bodhi Meditation Center in providing support to the Milpitas community and beyond in the areas of physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual wellness through especially the pandemic times. Congratulations for having an outstanding public service to the community, which is consistent with the city's values and ethics and is hereby commended. Please come on up, our special valued guest, and I'll present this commendation to you. And if you could share a few words, I know this event took place right at the beginning of the month. And so please share a few words and I'll present this to you. Welcome. We'll see you next time. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on here to the public forum. Tonight's public forum will be 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We got an early start time. I really love our agenda tonight. So we'll look to the chamber here first. If anybody would like to speak, 2 minutes. Okay, I don't see anybody here. And we'll go to the Zoom. It's the public forum, folks. Thanks for tuning in across the internet. And I will look to the attendees. I think I might need our... Okay, great. Looking to the attendees. Folks, thanks for joining us. I see all the great residents' names that are on the Zoom and the tablet in front of me. And if you'd like to take part in the public forum, tonight is your night. And please raise your virtual hand. Okay, great. Let me slow down here. We have Ed Yum. Welcome.
Oh, hi.
Welcome. How can I help you?
This is I'm the treasurer of the Silicon Valley Alliance Church, and I'm here to submit I'm here to comment on item 12 in the agenda. Is it the right time to do it now, or it's going to be later?
It's always the right time, but if you can hang with us this evening and stay with us this evening and be here with us this evening for item number 12, we'll get to it shortly. It's pretty much the first item here this evening. So
no problem. I'll hang in here.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Okay, great. We're back in the chamber, folks. As you can see on your device, your platform, wherever you're streaming here in the city of Milpitas or the planet Earth, we do have a Zoom link on the city website, and you'll be able to join us and provide public comment if you need. I will continue to look at the Zoom attendees. If folks would like to participate in the public forum, now would be the time. I don't see any further virtual raised hands. If you're here for a certain agenda item, you can raise your virtual hand once we get to that item. We're going down the list. Thank you very much. Going once, going twice. That's the public forum. Moving on to announcements and future agenda items. First up, let's go to our city manager, Steve McHarris.
Thank you, Mayor Tran and members of the council. I do have a few brief announcements. As you may have seen in the news, there's an increased circulation of the highly transmissible Delta variant, and health officers in our 7 Bay Area counties, including Santa Clara County, have announced a mask mandate on Monday afternoon, requiring everyone to wear a face mask indoors in public settings, regardless of vaccination status. The health order went into effect Tuesday at midnight. It's proven that wearing a face covering can help prevent the spread of the disease, and we also encourage everyone to continue all the other measures, such as frequent hand washing, cleaning and sanitizing frequently touched surfaces, and practicing social distancing. I also want to welcome our public back over the coming weeks as the city phases back in many in-person city services that were paused during the peak of the COVID pandemic. We are confident that by working together and remaining vigilant, we can establish a safe, new normal working environment for everyone. And lastly, If you are worried about any potential exposure to the Delta variant, the city is offering free COVID-19 tests every Thursday at the Milpitas Community Center from 11 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Walk-ins are welcome. That concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Steve. And I will go next here with the announcements. Hey, welcome. You can bring over your speaker card right here in front of me would be great. Fantastic. Perfect. You're in the, yep, there. Perfect. Yep. Fantastic. You're in the right place. Okay, great. Yeah, if anybody here in the chamber would like to speak for a certain item, I almost forgot to mention, we have speaker cards here located in the back of the chamber, right by the police chief in the entryway there. Please fill it out as best as possible and bring the card up to me, and I will go ahead and read your name and such to recognize you're ready to speak when the time comes, and I will later hand these speaker cards to our city clerk. Fantastic. It's great. It's so great to see one of these again. I sure did miss the speaker cards. Okay, back to the announcements. I just want to say what a great time it was with National Night Out here in the city of Milpitas. I want to start by giving really the biggest thanks to the police department for being everywhere. The police department really was present on this past Tuesday night. The residents loved it, and the community engagement was really something that I think everybody appreciated. And I know every host or hostess at each location was recognized by our police officers. And so that was a very nice touch. Thank you to all the residents for participating, showing some leadership with organizing. It just really means a lot when folks give their time into our community. And I really look forward to next year, even bigger and even safer. And so those are my announcements. I'm sure I got a few things to say down the agenda, so I'll limit my remarks there. Okay, fantastic. Next up with the announcements, we have Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So welcome back, everyone, to the dais, council members and management, Steve. So we attended the National Night Out, and it was a wonderful event. Thank you for our police officers that worked hard to give out certificates to all the hosts and all the families that worked really hard to get it going, to get the program going. And it's all about crime prevention, neighbors looking out for each other. And if they see any suspicious characters or people that are not that normally are not in their neighborhood. And because there's a lot of also that right now there's an increase in package thefts. And so this neighborhood watch program is National Night Out is really, really helpful for the citizens. The other thing I wanted to mention is, this is a family-oriented city, and we used to have a cow skate, and many folks have been asking me if the city can bring back some type of a roller rink. So I'd like staff to look into that. So
Absolutely, like one of those temporary mobile ones, yeah.
Something to that effect.
Skate weekend or something, that'd be great.
And that would be really great because a lot of folks, there's a lot of memories here when we used to have cow skate. It was a big hit. So if you can have staff look into that, I'd appreciate it. Oh, and one more thing, a lot of Hispanic communities, a lot of people in the Hispanic community have asked me about looking into bringing in a Hispanic food store. So that is another thing that I'd like staff to look into is maybe, and I've already spoken to Alex Andrade about this, and it's all about if there's a market for it. So I'd like staff to kind of look into that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And I'll look to any more requests from the council. We do have our traditional system here. And next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
At this time, I would like to kindly ask the council and staff to please bring a presentation forward regarding Project Home Key. I am eager to know how many rooms are available. I think I am very eager to know I know that there was a meeting between the county and staff and the mayor. I think the vice mayor was there as well. But I would like to know what happened in that meeting and give the opportunity for all of us to get some insight and get the updates on how are they going to make that site safer after the murder that we had. So that's a deep concern, and I've been asking, and I think we've all been asking, and I think it's time that that presentation happens upon council. So I would kindly ask our council to please move that forward, and hopefully we could get the county out here so they could give us an update on the safety measures that they're taking over at Project Homekey. Thank you.
That's a fantastic idea. Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. And, we'll bring the county in to give a presentation, maybe in person. That'd be great. Okay, great. Okay, we're still in the announcements and future agenda items. I'm looking at my colleagues. Anybody on the dais, not the virtual dais, but the real dais, any colleagues would like to propose any future agenda items? Tonight is the night. Now is the time. I'm looking around, all the way to my right, looking for the request on the system. It's Councilmember Chua's first time up here. Someone's got to help her. Okay. All right. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. And I'm really excited tonight because this is my first time on the dais. I've been a Zoom baby for the last 7 months. So, yay.
Welcome.
Yay. So I have 2 videos and 4 requests.
All right. Hit it.
Daniel, let it rip.
Baguio City, Mountain Province, Olongapo, Mindanao.
And the second one,
beans, vegetables, and pork today.
Yes, it's tacos de pastor.
Tacos too? El pastor.
thank you, Daniel. So my first request is, since I've been at the senior center, I would like executive team to look into opening up the senior center in Saturdays, half a day. This will provide seniors a destination place at least on Saturdays. It's also similar to the Milpitas Sports Center. So please look into that. It's also a way to attract new seniors that are working during weekdays, and seniors who are babysitting their grandchildren. So that's my first item. The second item is MPD, Milpitas Police Department, sponsored the Coffee with the Cop. And that was really a good one. And they plan on doing a series of outreach to the community, focusing on awareness and education on crimes of opportunities. And I would like to add two things to that. A PSA on crimes and crimes of opportunities. And also, since I've been to the farmers market, I spoke with the manager of the farmers market, and they will open up a slot for us for the Milpitas Police Department to do an outreach, because it's a big crowd. I think that's the best place to go if you want to do an outreach. So the third one is, as you know, ADA, it's something about addressing new ADA compliance concerns. It's really ADA lawsuits. As you know, ADA is America's Disability Act. It was put into effect to ensure equal access to all patrons, regardless of mobilities or other issues. However, during the pandemic, because there were some quick changes made to the many facilities to expand their reach. So it was so quick that the small businesses are vulnerable to lawsuits in terms of violations of ADA. So I would like to staff to look into how we can be a resource to the small businesses like Mountain View. I attended the webinar of Mountain View Chamber of Commerce, and they're doing two things. One is they provide inspection to guide the small businesses on what to do in terms of ADA. So anything like that would help the small businesses would be awesome. And the last one is I'm looking for, since we're participating on September 18 for the National Cleanup Day, I would like to ask staff to give us the logistics, the plan on what we're doing that day in terms of the community. So I think that's it, Mayor.
Thank you. All
Thank you so
good. All good. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. As excited I am to be here physically in person, I am also deeply concerned about the surge in the Delta variant, throughout the region. I think the county has made it clear that this is something that we should be prioritizing, hence the return of the mask mandates. That said, I think we ought to review the list of upcoming events and happenings, and perhaps think twice as to whether or not it should continue in light of the data presented to us. I think until that we see the numbers decline, and we can soundly say that it is completely safe to be out in public, we ought to take this seriously before we repeat a lot of the same mistakes that many other regions made throughout last year throughout the country. I don't want to dampen the mood or anything, but at the end of the day, the virus is still killing folks, people, and we ought to take it seriously. So.
Yeah, I appreciate your care for our community, Councilmember Fan. I think you're right in many senses. We'll continue to look at the county direction, and really going forward, especially as the colder months are ahead, that's really the virus that's going to dictate anything we do. And I think it would be wise to take a look at our events and see what's outside and see what's inside. And we'll take a look at the county. We'll talk to the public health experts, but absolutely, that's a great idea. Okay, fantastic. Next, we're going to the vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So I wanted to piggyback on Councilmember Fan's remarks on COVID. He's right. It's the surge is. I was looking at the dashboard today in the county, and it's really spiked. I was really surprised. I thought it was going to be gradual, but it's really it's disheartening, and it's not a good thing. So I would like to propose, even though the county right now, we all are supposed to be wearing masks in closed facilities. However, I think we should do, but they don't have anything for the distancing. And I'm thinking perhaps we should create an ordinance that continues with the 6 feet distancing. So that's my proposal. Where Milpitas has always been at the forefront and vanguard in going, with ideas. So I'd like to propose that. And also piggybacking on Councilmember Chua's farmers market. Every Sunday they have the farmers market at the Great Mall. And I know that Assistant City Manager Ashwini is looking into the farmers market on Main Street later on as the Main Street becomes developed. So she's looking into that. The other thing I wanted to, since we're trying to promote economic development, because a lot of our businesses were hurt during COVID, I would like to have more music in restaurants. And I am really, really glad that our city is looking into making the outside seating for restaurants a permanent fixture. I've heard from a lot of restaurant owners, and they're really very, very happy about that. But I'd like to propose having music to attract people in different restaurants and venues. So I'd like staff to look into that, because I think right now we have an ordinance that I think you can't have music at a certain time or a certain place, but we can, they can delve into that.
Yeah, that's a great idea. If staff could bring back the ordinance for outdoor music for our businesses, our small businesses here in town. I know music or outdoor music is prohibited. And as our society moves outdoors during these times, let's take a look at that ordinance. Let's bring that ordinance back. Let's take a look at it. Let's see if there's an opportunity to change the ordinance so that businesses and our customers and residents can have some better entertainment outdoors through music, which is life. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Okay, great. All right, that's all the announcements and future agenda items. Let's keep tonight's meeting going. Next up is announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Let's go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz. We see you, Chris.
Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Council. Sorry I'm not with you there tonight, but it is an honor to see you guys all in the council chambers yet again. So it's a positive sign as to where we're going in this pandemic. Just wanted to ask the questions, the mayor and each council member, whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start with Councilmember Fan.
Let me get the microphone here.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
Yeah, we're doing the audio things. We got to slow down here. Okay.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
Once again.
None.
Okay.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Perfect. Thank you. And Mayor and Council, please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. And I'll follow the proper order of where you're sitting in the council chambers, but Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
And myself is a none. Thank you very much. Chris, if you can carry us on to the next line.
Happy to do so, Mayor. So I'll go ahead and read the City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And moving on to the approval of agenda. Approval of agenda. I'll move to approve the agenda. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, we'll do the virtual, oh, pardon me. We'll do the roll call. And we'll start with Councilmember Chua. And as soon as your microphone is hot, you can speak into it.
Yes.
Okay, great. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The agenda is approved. Moving on to the consent calendar. I would like to add items 22 and 23 to the consent calendar. If any are opposed, please request your microphone. Councilmember Fan.
I'd like discussion on 22.
Very well. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, great. I don't see any. Oh, next up, we have the Vice Mayor.
I'd like to pull C6 and C7.
Fantastic. 6 and 7 are pulled from the consent calendar and we'll go to the back of the agenda. Okay, any further requests? Looking for any further requests? Going once, going twice. Looking for any further requests? That's it. I'll move to approve the consent calendar. Looking for a second. We got a second from the Vice Mayor. All in favor, roll call. Councilmember Chua.
Mayor, before we take the vote, I just wanted to confirm for the record in the council that that includes the addition of C6 or removal of C6 and C7 and the addition of number 23. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to the vote. We had a motion in a second. We'll motion by myself, the second by the Vice Mayor, and we'll go to the roll. Pardon me. We'll go to the vote. Council Member Chua. Vice Mayor, if you could turn your microphone off. Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The consent calendar is all squared away. Thank you, everybody. A bit of a delay here, folks tuning in. It's our first evening back here in the chamber in over a year. So we got a few kinks here and there, but we appreciate you for bearing with us and being with us. We'll go ahead and move on. We got so many agenda items tonight and we're going to have a super efficient meeting. Here we go. Next up on the agenda, we're going to the public hearings. Item number 12. Let's conduct a public hearing for 2021 weed abatement assessments and adopt a resolution to confirm the assessment report. And here on the agenda, we have our Deputy Fire Chief, Fire Marshal Albert Zamora.
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Welcome. Yes, we hear you, Lima Charlie.
Okay. Tonight, I'm presenting you the 2021 weed abatement assessments public hearing and adopt the resolution to confirm the assessment report. Next slide, please. Some background information. On March 2nd, 2021, the City Council adopted resolution number 9046, declaring noxious and dangerous weeds growing on certain properties to be a public nuisance that must be abated. Next slide, please. Staff actions taken since March 2nd. If the public nuisance was not removed by the property owner, the city contracted the County of Santa Clara Consumer Environmental Protection Agency weed abatement program to remove the weeds and abate the nuisance. In accordance with Title V, Chapter 202 of the Milpitas Municipal Code, the county filed with the city clerk's office a report and assessment list on weeds abated within the city as nuisances. The county removed weeds at 43 parcels at a cost of approximately $74,400. Pursuant to California Health and Safety Code 14915, a copy of the report and the assessment list as confirmed shall be turned over to the auditor of the county on or before the 10th day of August following such confirmation. The notice of this public hearing was sent by the city clerk's office to the local newspaper for publication, as well as mailed to the affected property owners by the fire marshal's office. Next slide, please. Council action recommended. The Milpitas Municipal Code requires that the City Council hear the report together with any objections of the property owners liable to be assessed and make such modifications on the proposed assessment as it deems necessary. Following adoption by the City Council, the resolution will be recorded and charges thereon become a lien on the land involved to be collected in the same manner as property taxes. A copy of the assessment list and the proposed resolution confirming the weed abatement report are included in the City Council's agenda packet. Next slide, please. Staff recommends open the public hearing for public comment and close the public hearing, and then adopt the resolution confirming the 2021 weed abatement assessment report and assessment list to be entered into the tax assessment rolls. That completes my presentations. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. And we also should have Mr. Mo Kumre from the county who can also answer any questions that pertain to his office.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Deputy Fire Chief Zamora. We do have a guest here in the building, City Hall chambers. And so if I hear no objections, I'll go ahead and, well, actually, we got to go to a vote here since we are at 4 right now. So I'll move to open up the public hearing. I need a second. Who got me? We got a second from the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano. Go into a vote. I'm going to go all in favor, and we'll do it how we did it before. And if there's
Mayor, if I may, I'll make it easy on you. You really don't need a vote to open the public hearing. You could just declare it. So if you'd want to do that, that's an option.
Okay. Chris, can I go all in favor? I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's no objections to the record.
I'll provide a little bit of clarity on the law because I know it's confusing. So the Brown Act basically specifies that when you are teleconferencing, that we should take a roll call vote. I think with all of you in the chamber, it's probably a gray area in the law. But I think if you wanted to just declare the public hearing open, Mayor, that's probably the easiest way to do it. But you can also do just all in favor.
Okay, great. So I'll go ahead. If there's no objections, I'll move to open up the public hearing. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. We do have a guest here. Welcome. Come on up. Yes, that's you. I'm looking at you. We have Carol Chang. Welcome. Come on up. Yes, please. We are here at item number 12, and it's a 2-minute public comment tonight. Welcome. I love your hat.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak up something. And based on Marshall's comment, and I do have some of my opinion. I own a small lot in Milpitas. Over 30 years, it's just around like roughly a quarter acres. Since 2017, I have a problem dealing with the Santa Clara Weed Abatement Department. And then the reason of that is I thought being a citizen in America, like if you want to put some kind of lien on the property tax, isn't that you should contact the person ahead of time? And to give if there's a disagreement, then we can do something. Because once you put in on property tax, there's difficult to kind of adjust that. And it's kind of, I feel that the Santa Clara Weed Abatement Department, they like to find people. And then when they put on the property tax, they don't even inform you. So you're hardly unaware of this until like one day, okay, so what is that? Then you call the city tax department. They say, oh, that's you have to contact weed abatement department. And I have an issue. I think it's in 2020. And I find out they charged me $1,200. So I called a weed abatement department. And then the person in charge saying, okay, that's from the previous year. And since 2017, I'm very careful about this. Each time, I try to communicate. And then I send an email to Albert a few times. And then for the Santa Clara Weed Abatement Department, it seems they just give order, and then there's no discussion area. And they said, I think the person in charge saying, okay, that's from the previous year. But I remember from the previous year, I did work for that. When I call the weed abatement department, initially, and then they told me, okay, I need to do some work, and there's a deadline. So I did on that, and so I contact them, when I will finish that. So I left half of the area.
Thank you.
Some of the weed, and I
thank you very much.
That's
that's your time here. The timer is frozen actually, so it kind of stopped. But that is your time for this evening. Thank you for your public comment. We have to go to your treasurer, Ed Yum, next. Thank you.
So, what is the situation?
So we're going to take your comment, which we have, and then we're going to continue the discussion. It's
privately.
No, right here in front of you.
Oh.
I'm here. I'm not going home. Not yet.
So you're talking about later time? So
we're all gonna have a chance to speak. Yeah.
So should I stop?
Yeah, have a seat.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not done. Oh yeah, we're not done. I would tell you if we're done. We're not done. All right. We want to hear from everybody else too. And so next up, we want to go to the Zoom. Ed Yum, welcome.
Here you go. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Tran and members of the Milpitas City Council. My name is Ed Yum, and I'm the treasurer of the Silicon Valley Alliance Church. It's at 10 Dempsey Road, which is close to the intersection of 680 and Calaveras. On behalf of SVAC, I'd like to provide my comment regarding this particular item. With the land with APN number 08804, 060, 062, and 076. All these three parcels of land belong to Silicon Valley Alliance Church, and we purchased this small piece of land in August 2019 for the purpose of future church expansion adjacent to our existing building. We are not familiar with the weed abatement program when we purchased the land, but we try to make every effort to comply with the county's requirement to prevent any fire hazard. We hire a contractor to complete the abatement work in March 2021 after we received the letter from the county. We were surprised to learn that we end up in the assessment list. We suspect it might be because the weed abatement work were done before the rainy season and that they grown back at the time of the inspection. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we don't have staff on site to monitor the weed situation of the adjacent land and to meet the inspectors. The weed abatement assessment of almost 7,700 is a severe burden for SVAC. We are a nonprofit organization. Especially during this COVID period, many of our church members have difficulties making ends meet and do not have much left for church offering. We have been a good neighborhood partner with the city of Milpitas, providing social service for Milpitas people, including the food pantry program.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're doing 2 minutes, so we got to list of agenda items. It's every single commenter, 2 minutes tonight. We appreciate your understanding. I want to now go to our Deputy Fire Chief Zamora to check in. I just want to poke your brain, sir, if there's any further information you can share about these parcels that are at topic tonight.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So we have Mo Kumre, which you know from the county. He should be on Zoom and he can go ahead and respond to those two property owners because it pertains to his office relative to his task to go ahead and abate those weeds at those properties.
Absolutely. Thank you. And we have, is it Milton?
Mo Kumre, or it's actually
Mo Kumre.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
All right. He's got his virtual raised hand up. Welcome. And staff can help with his microphone. I think he's ready to go.
Okay. Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. In the case of the first speaker, Carol Chang, that property passed the inspection this year, was only charged the inspection fee of $84. After 3 consecutive years of compliance, it'll come off the list. So that's a separate issue, and we can get into history on that if you like. The more important one is the second speaker. There are 3 properties. Those properties were inspected on April 14th. They were not compliant at that time. On May 15th, I believe it was, they were abated by the county contractor. They did have tall, dry grass. If there is a means for me to share my screen, I can show pictures of that. But at this point in time, I don't have the ability to share my.
Well, what is the regulation for the height of the grass?
Grass is required to be maintained at 6 inches or less, and it's supposed to be maintained from, excuse me, normally in Milpitas, it's from March 1st to the end of October. So it's not just done once, it's for the entire fire season. And I can share my screen, so I need to go here and share. Okay. So I can show this is for parcel 60, ending in 62. As you can see on May 26th, this is what the grass looked like on parcel number 62. It's high, it's dry. This is when the contractor arrived at the property. And then when the contractor finished, that's what it looked like. And there's a second picture to show you the object. That's on one of the 3 properties. Then this is 60, which I believe is the largest of the properties. Again, you see the dry grass. This again is on May 26th. And again, the before pictures by my contractor, and then the after pictures showing the grass cut down.
Well, thank you very much. I think I've seen enough. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, looking for any further public comment. Look to the attendees. If there's anybody else that would like to speak that has not spoken already, now is the time. You can raise your virtual raised hand. Now, anybody and everybody that like to comment about this particular item, number 12, now would be the time. I don't see any further virtual raised hands from folks that have not spoken yet. I'll go ahead and go once, go twice. And if there are no objections, I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing. I don't hear any objections, and the public hearing is now closed. I want to bring the discussion up here. I think the photos are very apparent, Mrs. Chang, and I frequent that area actually, and visit those small businesses and also those multi-unit housing there on Selwyn. And I've Actually, I've gotten a call in the past from one of those apartment owners with some concerns about your property. And I think the photos are very apparent. I hope that moving forward, we can ask that you do better to ensure that the weed abatement is in line with the safety of our community. As you know, fire danger and the drought has really increased the risk of fire. And we ask all property owners equally to ensure they do their part. And so tonight, I'm ready to approve item 12. I'll go to my colleagues if there's any comment. Okay, we have Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I know the previous, I forget his name, sorry. But he mentioned that he's a nonprofit, and I'm wondering, do we give any exemptions to nonprofit, or everyone is treated the same, equal? And that question is for the previous speaker, not Albert.
From the county,
The
yes.
county.
All properties in the program are treated exactly the same.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear, because you can't have special treatment for anybody, because it's against the law. So, yeah, and so I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes.
And then I had a question for Mr. Zamora, Chief Zamora.
Yes, Madam Vice
Deputy
Mayor.
Fire Chief Zamora. You said it was 74. The collected fees are 74,400. Is that to the county, or is that to the city?
That's to the county. That's what the county, it would cost the county to go and do the administrative costs as well as the inspections, as well as the abatement of the weeds. So that's all compiled, and then that's submitted to us as an assessment to the list of properties that have been abated. Okay,
great. And so, with Ms. Chandler, the good news is that you only have to pay $84. So that's the good news. But realize that because of climate change, there has been more weeds growing everywhere in the county, well, all over the place, and we have to be diligent to ensure that the weeds are cut down, maintained, because they are a fire hazard. Now with the climate change, it's more susceptible to have outbreaks in fire. We just had one last week, so thank you for doing your job, doing your due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And next we'll go to Councilmember Fan.
Ms. Chang, have you tried contacting the Board of Supervisors at the county?
Please why don't you come on up again, since you have a question from the council member here, and speaking to the microphone for our guests.
I did contact, 2020, and then they just sent me a picture saying, okay, that's for the previous 2019, and then that's on my tax bill, $1,200, and so I have no way to discuss this situation. And then so this year I was overseas before in February. I made sure the lot has been cut very clean. So then when I was in Taiwan, I contacted with the abatement department. I said, okay, because they told me it's supposed to be inspected on the end of March. But then they told me, oh, we delayed for end of April. And the vice mayor just mentioned that the weather, they grow very fast. So I have to monitor someone to do the lot again, because to me, the inspection end of April. But how come I didn't know that? Because before my trip, I contacted them. I said, okay, end of March. So I want to make sure, everything's fine. But what I'm complaining about is year of 2020. And then they told
Thank you very much. I got to pause right there. You answered the question from the council member, so we want to limit that in respect to the public hearing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I'll just wrap up my comments here. Unfortunately, the city is very limited into the scope of what we can do for you regarding this issue. I would highly suggest you continue contacting the County Board of Supervisors, and if it may be helpful, also the assessor's office. They are more in line with the responsibilities related to the weed abatement process. What we're doing here tonight, it's more of just a technical process. It's more of a formality, and we don't have much say over whether or not you can appeal this. It's not a program that we, the city, actually have. So I thank you for coming in. I do empathize with your situation, and I hope that it does get resolved at the county.
Yeah, we can help you out. You can check the county website. It's pretty easy, or contact any of us, and we can direct you via email. Okay, great. And again, that was fast service right there. Our assistant city manager is right there. That's public service. Okay, great. Looking for any further requests from my colleagues? If not, going once, going twice. I don't see a thing. Okay, that's it. I'll move to adopt the resolution for item number 12. Looking for a second. We have a second from Councilmember Dominguez, and we'll do a vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Hold on, I'm messing up the order here. Councilmember Fan. Did I get you yet? Okay, I think that and myself as an aye, I had to correct that, but we have all the 5 votes. That motion is approved. Thank you very much for being here, and we're here if you'd like to reach out to us furthermore. We want to make sure every property here is in line with the weed abatement, which is a huge topic right now. All right, moving on to item number 13. Let's conduct a public hearing and adopt urgency ordinance number 240.7 pursuant to Water Code sections 375 and 376 related to the water storage contingency plan. And we have from our Department of Public Works, our director, Tony Enda.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Tony Enda here with the Public Works Department. I'm here for the public hearing on pursuant to the Water Code and related to the Water Storage Contingency Plan. As we all are fully aware, next slide, please. Sorry. As we've been discussing here, and we're all fully aware, the region is in a drought, and it's not looking. We all need to kind of collectively come together to get ourselves through this. We have 2 water providers here for the city: Santa Clara Valley Water District and SFPUC, and both water providers have taken actions along with our governor and our Santa Clara County to make calls for different water shortages. On June 9th was the first. Valley Waters Board declared a water shortage and called for different agencies and different numbers. And you'll see those numbers as I start walking through the presentation on the different calls for the shortages in the area. Our council on June 15th adopted our water shortage contingency plan. And on June 22nd, Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution related to the extreme drought conditions as well. And our governor on July 8th extended his previous drought proclamation to Santa Clara County. This was for 15% of voluntary cutback. Following suit with that, SFPUC also issued a memo to its wholesale water providers asking for the different water retailers to also enforce that 15% voluntary cutback. So again, Valley Waters was a mandatory and the SFPUC was voluntary. So we're here today to discuss our water storage contingency plan and codify that into our ordinance on an urgency basis. Next slide, please. Now, this slide may look familiar to you. We presented the same slide, at least the top portion of it, during our discussion on the water storage contingency plan. There are key elements that we just want to highlight for you on what has been changed. The first one is this annual water supply and demand assessment, which we'll discuss. Essentially what that's going to do going forward is looking at the supply that we're going to get from our different water providers. And based on the supply of water that we're going to be getting from those suppliers, based on whatever drought conditions that we're in, and the water that we expect to consume from our residents to consume, we can determine what shortage level we are or are not in for any given year. And with that, there are also 6 stages of water levels that have been applied to this as well. And each one is broken up in a 10% difference. And you'll see that as I go to the next slides. And each shortest level has a corresponding response actions that we can take. So all this is fully codified now in our water storage contingency plan, which is becoming part of this ordinance here today. It also puts in place communication protocols that we can follow. So when we look at the ordinance, and again, it codifies the water storage contingency plan, which our council adopted on June 15th. It keeps in place some of the permanent water restrictions that we had in place. Now, we went through our drought that occurred, and we came out of it in 2017. Our council was very forward thinking at that time and kept in place certain water use restrictions. So this is going to go ahead and put those in place permanently and look at the next level of adjustments that we can do. It also allows us to do enforcement of our conservation measures as well. Next slide. So how's this new annual assessment process going to work? So each year, so it's scheduled to start in January 2022. We've taken on the approach already today, and that's why we're bringing that information to you. But it's scheduled to start in January 2022. As part of the process, we would get information from our water retailers, so Valley Water and also SFPUC. We'll look at the amount of water and shortage call that they call for. They will then go ahead and look at that information, tell us how much water we expect to get from them. We'll look at those numbers based on our consumption, and then we'll identify whether we have a shortage or not. Now, up in the blue top there, if there's no shortage identified, we do nothing. We keep things moving as it would normally. But down at the bottom, if there's an assessment if there's an assessment that's made that calls for any kind of shortage, we would come to council and use the information that we already have as part of this ordinance to say, this is the level that we're going to be at, and have council take action accordingly. And then with council's action, we'd implement our communications plan, compliance efforts, and so forth and so on. And again, when we talk in the next couple of slides that come forward, you'll see this assessment process, how we did it, and how it applies to the state that we're in today. Next slide.
I'll pause right there, Director, and we'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a quick question, Tony, going back to the previous slide. So you mentioned that they do an assessment. So they've done this, and you guys have done an assessment. And where are we at right now?
So we'll get to that for sure. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're coming to that. Yes.
Okay. Thank
Carry
you.
on, Director.
All right. All right. So as I mentioned earlier, with the new water shortage plan, which was adopted in June, there's 6 shortage levels that have been called out, each broken up in 10% increments. Level 0 is nothing, and then each 10%, level 1 through 6, requires a 10% cutback on each level that we get to. And each level that we have has a corresponding set of actions that are already built in the water shortage plan. Next slide. So how does this all relate to where we are today? So Vice Mayor, this is a question that you're asking. So this is our pie chart that we use, where SFPUC, our consumption is anywhere 65 to 70% in any given year. And then Valley Water is a smaller portion of our consumption that we use, about 30 to 40% in any given year. With Valley Water's call, what it equated to for us in the city of Milpitas was 23% cutback from what we thought our consumers were going to take from 2020. That's a 23% mandatory reduction that's called on that side. Couple that with the 15% voluntary reduction that SFPUC called for on the other side. When you put that together, what that amounts to is equivalent to a 15% shortage or 15% reduction that we're going to be calling for our residents to put in place as part of the conditions we're in today. Now, when you look at 15% and look at our different tiers, that takes us to stage 2 in our water storage contingency plan. So that, Vice Mayor, answers the question of where we are today and what we're recommending going forward. Next slide. So we wanted to really put this slide up here and really kind of walk through each of these items here, because it's important for those who are watching us to remember that these are water use restrictions that have already been in place in this city. And we just want to remind folks on where we already are. So especially since we're going through this drought today, what we have to continue to do so well. We've been doing this so well, and we have to continue to do these things. So starting off with the first ones here, no watering of outdoor plants within 48 hours after measurable rainfall. No watering that results in any sort of runoff whatsoever. No use of pressure washer hoses, or pressure washers only allowed when equipped with a close-off valve. No water used for hosing down sidewalks and other paved surfaces. No water use through broken or defective plumbing equipment, sprinklers, or water irrigation systems. No uncovered pools. We lose a lot of water that way with just sheer evaporation. For the restaurants, water only provided upon request in restaurants. No portable water use in construction for construction purposes, including dust control and compaction. We have several recycled water facilities throughout the city, and that's where we do want our construction folks pulling the water from. And no water used for cleaning, filling, or opening or operating water fixtures, except where you have a recirculating system or recirculation of the water as part of the process. So again, these are water use restrictions that have been in place. I talked about this in 2017. Our council was very forward thinking and keeping those in place. And those are in place today. I want to remind folks that they still need to follow these. Now, next slide, please.
Pause it for a moment there, Director. Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. The list that you just presented, Director Nda, what percentage are you trying to achieve if we do those things?
So the combination of doing what we already have in place, plus again, the next slide I'm going to talk about, which is the stage 2, that's going to help us achieve 15% reduction.
Well, I thought we're trying to achieve 23% plus.
So it's in combination. So it's 23%, but it's also 23% of a portion of that valley water,
Got it.
and then 15% of the portion of SFPUC. When you combine those, then it is equivalent to a 15% overall for the city.
So the next step, the next slide would be on top of the list that you just presented, we need to do in order to achieve the 15%.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You're welcome. Back to you, Director.
All right. Go to the next slide. So the key change that we're going to have in the water shortage level 2 is we would move from a 4-day watering schedule now to a 3-day watering schedule. And I won't go through every single one of these, and then the folks can look at the ordinance and see that. But that is the main change that you're capturing with water shortage level 2 is we're moving from a 4-day watering schedule now to a 3-day watering schedule. And then some of the activities are exempt from that, and we'll go through those ones, is using water short periods of time for irrigation purposes, watering by hand, that's also exempt, watering plants slated for sale at nurseries, that's also exempt, and watering where you're using drip irrigation system, that's also exempt. So again, the permanent restrictions that we had are still in place and still active. The main change for water shortage level 2 is moving from a 4-day schedule down to a 3-day schedule. Next slide, please. So as part of the outreach effort that we're going to be doing, and again, we're continuing on with this outreach effort. We already have been doing this step here, which is our public outreach. The flyer there, it's not too clear on the screen here, but I'm pretty sure the screen you have is a lot clearer. We have tips in there about what folks can do on how saving water around the house every single day. Things like using your broom to clean up instead of using the hose to wash it down. Using water from inside the house to water things outside, for instance. So tips and tricks and education items that we already have in place that you could use to save water along the way. So we're going to continue on with that education effort with the businesses and residents. The other part that we are going to ramp up is the monitoring of our My Milpitas app and our hotline for reporting any violations of water uses. So when you see a sprinkler head, for example, that's oozing water excessively, or maybe your neighbor didn't quite get the message about the 3-day watering schedule, we do want to get notified by that so we can start with our education process and educate the folks on our ordinance and where we stand. Next slide, please. Let's go to the next slide. So once we go through our education process and our follow-up process, then when we do not get the compliance we're looking for, Then we're going to start the enforcement process. Again, step 1 is education. Step 2 is issuing warning notices. There are no penalties that are associated with these stages. We want to get full compliance in these first 2 stages, so we all move on. Again, we're in this fight together. The next step is if we do not get proper compliance from folks along the process, then we will go ahead and assess penalties according to provisions of the Muni Code. And just to highlight what those are, it's $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second violation of the same issue in the same year, and $500 for a third violation, same issue, same year. Next slide. And with that, council members, that is the end of my presentation. We have the recommendation slide here for you, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, Director Enda, and I'll look to open the public hearing. If I hear no objections, I'll move to open the public hearing, and then we'll take the council comments after the public hearing. So the public hearing is now open. I'm looking to folks in the chamber. I don't see any requests to speak here in the chamber. I'll go to the Zoom. Welcome, folks. If you just tuned in with us, we're on item number 13, and we're taking public comment during the public hearing here. If you'd like to speak virtually, we got it all set up for you. Just raise your virtual hand, and I'll call upon you. I'm looking at the list of attendees, all 28 folks. Going up and down the list, going once, don't see anybody, going twice, still don't see anybody, third time, I don't see anybody. Okay, I'll check back over here in the chamber. I don't see anybody else. Okay, it's the public hearing right here. All right, I don't see any further requests for the public comment during the public hearing. I'll go ahead and look to close the public hearing. If I hear no objections from my colleagues, I don't hear any objections from my colleagues. All right, the public hearing is now closed, and we will go to the city council here. And first up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. And definitely water is something that we're all thinking about, especially due to the lack of rainfall that we had this past years. My question is, I definitely think that we need to work together to ensure that we reach that percentage to get to our goal. One of the questions that has been brought up by the community in regards to the ability for either an HOA to turn their grass area into artificial turf. I think there's a policy that doesn't allow the city part, right, the city easement, to be turned into artificial turf. And my question is, if there is communities out there, because there is, that would like to turn that, I'm wondering if there's any way we could, I know in one of the sections you're looking into doing different programs, maybe look into that and see what kind of pilot program we could maybe foster here in the city of Milpitas to allow the HOAs to help us. I mean, especially if they're willing to pay for the artificial turf. But I do believe there's a policy that unfortunately blocks that from happening because it's a city land. So I'm just wondering if we could look into that, because then if we're able to launch these pilot programs, and if there's HOAs that are already willing to pay for it, then maybe that could help in the percentage of water savings that we could all strive for as a community.
Thank you for that question, Council Member. Yeah, we did receive some community interest from that, and I think as staff we're limited to what's already in our code on what we can do. But if there's council interest, I'm sure we'll take direction from our city manager on the next steps in that. Okay,
perfect. Thank you. Yeah, if I could just add that, if we could add that city manager, so we could chat about it. Because if there is a code already that doesn't allow for that to happen, I would like to explore to change that and modify to maybe incorporate a pilot program, especially if it's going to help achieve the goal that has been presented upon us. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Yeah, fantastic. I encourage this proposal to have a discussion with the city manager, and then you could bring it forward at a future meeting. It is an ordinance that you're referring to. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Director Nadal, can you please go back 5 slides away, previous slides? It's right after the, after this one. After this one, go move forward. So then, no, not that one. Now we're going back. I mean, not going back. Oh, this one. See, I'm not clear exactly. Oh, can you please go back to that?
You're looking for the stage 2.
Right.
Yes.
The Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday. Exactly, you said allowable irrigation days. What do you mean exactly by what are we doing here?
Certainly. So if your home address ends in an odd number,
right,
your watering days would be Monday, Thursday, and Saturday only.
Watering for
your your lawns or
I see.
Yes, and
okay.
yes. So that's what you would have.
That's what you mean.
That's what we mean by that. Now, if your address isn't even, then you'd have Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday.
So this is for watering the plants. How about anything else in that? That's all we can do during those days?
Yeah, so your irrigation of any landscaping, your plants. Now, again, if you had a drip irrigation system, that part is exempt from it. Yeah, so this is really more if you're just saying, let's say you have a nice lush lawn in front of your house, you would have to make sure that you abide by the schedule. Or if your plants, for example, in front of your house were on an irrigation system, then you'd want to make sure that those are turning on during these times. We do also try to remind folks that anytime that you could limit your watering to the wee hours of the morning, for example, that's always better because then you don't get a lot of evaporation and sunlight hit.
Okay, I got it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. What Councilmember Chua just mentioned about the odd, even days, how do you enforce that in the HOAs? Because they already have their standard, watering schedules.
Yes. So in the case of HOAs where the land itself is not on a particular address, they would fall under the no address category. So their watering days would be Monday, Thursday, and Sundays.
So the city informs them that they have to change their schedule.
Yes. We would help with the education part of it if they don't follow along with watching our wonderful meetings here and know what the code changes are. If we did get a notice of a violation, then we would go out to them with education first and get them to comply, let them know that this is where we are in terms of our tiers and our water levels, and then let them know what's going on at that point. If we get repeat notices at that point, then we'd have to step up our enforcement.
Can you put your mic closer to your
Yes.
Because you're muffled.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I get it, but because they have a timer and it involves a huge area. So I don't know how you're going to.
Yeah, it's just a matter at that point, and we're all dealing with that. I mean, but these timers, the beauty about those is they're electronically set. The way you were set when you got them in is the same way you can set them to make sure you abide by the new ordinance that we have in place.
Yeah. Okay. And then the other questions I had. So, we get our bill, our monthly bill or bi-monthly bill, and about how much water we consume.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, isn't there a way where you can, some kind of app that just kind of, whenever it goes above that threshold that you normally, because, it's a pattern, usually a family size of 3 has this, they usually use this much,
right,
the averages. But when it goes over and beyond, is there a trigger that alerts the city that these folks are using too much water, and do you send out some type of a warning or something, or are you just depending on people to inform the city?
So we're not there yet, but the beauty about this is we do have our automated meter infrastructure project, AMI project, which we're currently in right now. This is part of the
meter
water the part of the water savings energy and water savings program that you folks approved back in October or October of 2020. Contractors have been going around the city currently, and they're replacing these meters with smart meters. With those smart meters, you'll have the ability as residents to look up your water usage and have comparisons to where you are you could also set up alerts in case you have leaks in your home. It will alert you to any high level usage that you have. So we're getting there, and we're getting there in a hurry. So it's pretty exciting where we can be. Yeah.
I recall when I was formerly on the other city council, that's when you had, you weren't here yet, but water meters were introduced. And I always thought that was a great idea because it does keep track of how much, lets the folks know how much water they use. If they're, they look at, they see the patterns, So that's really great. And I'm glad that there is going to be a process where you'll be able to see and alert the folks, or actually to find them, I guess. Then I'm going back, now I'm going to enforcement. If you could put that screen on enforcement. The enforcement section of it. So I'm just wondering, you came up with $100 and then $200 and then $500. So how did you come up with those numbers?
Yes. So those aren't arbitrary. So that's glad you brought that up.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Those aren't arbitrary numbers. Those are pulled from our Muni code. So all the numbers you see there, so there's a section I-2101 through I-21 1.14. Those are all the numbers from our Muni code. So as part of the ordinance that you are considering today, it is allowing us, it is calling for the council to also approve assessments of fees for non-compliance based on the financial or the numbers that are already coded in our Muni code. So these are in our Muni code right now.
So I'm a little bit concerned about the fees. A lot of people are, they're not. There's some folks that are not, and I know this is a way you got to hit them with in the pocketbook. That's how they'll stop. But at the same time, maybe there's some people that just don't know, or maybe they just somehow they don't get the information and then they get a violation. So is there a way you can do a warning first and then?
Absolutely, Vice Mayor. And again, $100 and $200, $500 doesn't do us any good when it comes to our drought. But the education is where you really get your bang for your buck. So our goal really is to get 100% compliance through the education and the warning. So that's that first part of it that you see to your left of your screen there. We want to get compliance there. We don't want to go to the assessment of fees because that really does no one any good. It's not going to help us out. But so we want to focus our effort on educating, and if we have to submit warnings, but we've been very successful since we've been working on this. We've been very, very successful with our education program and getting folks to comply because, like you said, sometimes they just don't know. So we're not just going to come out from day one and just offer them a fee.
Okay, I see that, the official warning notice. Okay. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Next, we have Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to echo some of the sentiments of my colleague over here regarding the violation and the enforcement aspect of it. I do agree with you that we ought to be focusing on the education aspect of it, ensuring folks know the full extent of this ordinance. And I do understand that there needs to be some teeth to it, and unfortunately, that's going to be part of it. But I think that having that warning system in place, or even just an opportunity for folks to get into compliance. I don't know if you'd call it an appeal process, but something to demonstrate that they are taking actions and they do understand that they weren't being compliant initially. I think it's exceptionally important for us to do some outreach and make sure folks are fully aware and that we do so in an equitable manner, that folks whose primary language is not English, can fully comprehend this. So I would turn to our PIO or some initiative on that end. Yeah, I think the other element that I think is always helpful in policy, aside from the outreach, is incentives. So what kind of incentives can we, maybe partner with the water district to have readily available so that folks can want to, be more mindful of their water spending. Are there any incentives that we can assist with in perhaps, getting folks to grow drought-resistant plants? What are we doing as a city to set a good example for others to follow there? Are we also, what are we doing to save water so that folks can see that we're leading by example? I think ultimately, what you have here, the plan, I think it's very in depth, and it's going to go a long way towards combating the drought and getting to where we will be or where we want to be. Thank you very much for this very insightful presentation. I think every time we have a presentation relating to water, you've always been very helpful. Your analysis was on point, and I want to make sure that the public gets a chance to really understand the meat of it too, because from just a policy perspective, it can be a little dense for us up here on the dais. If we're able to get folks to easily comprehend that in the public, I think that would go really a long way towards our water saving goals. Those are my thoughts. Excellent presentation as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua. You only need to hit the request button once.
Okay, got it. I got it. I realized that after you did that. Director Nada, what's your strategy in terms of implementing your goals? Because I know your focus is on awareness and education. How do you know it's working? Not waiting until the end of the month, or tell me how you're doing it.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So a couple things that we do. On a monthly basis, we get our bill from our water providers, so SFPUC and Valley Water. So they send us their bills on a monthly basis. So we are working with our staff, and our staff compare our usage from one year to another. So we can get a sense for, here's how much we just consumed this past month, and here's where we are today. So that's one way to do it. The other thing that is happening is Valley Water on a daily basis has been sending us our water usage from their turnouts. We have 2 turnouts that we pull water from with Valley Water. And there's been sending us the information on what our daily usage has been citywide. We have that information. The third part is all the meters that we have, the turnout meters that we have with SFPUC have a software on them called Eye on Water. I'm not trying to plug them, but Eye on Water. And as staff, we can go on a daily basis and look up how much water we've consumed from all these sources. So we have a lot of ways for us to be able to look at the information and assess where we are. And then based on, I think where you're going with this is based on our consumption, know whether we need to ramp up our efforts or say that we're doing good.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear.
Right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. I appreciate the comments of Vice Mayor Montano as well as my colleague, Councilmember Fan, in terms of ensuring that there is equity in terms of the notices. And so one of the things that I would love to see, definitely along the lines of our PIO doing the messaging in the different languages that are prominent here in the city of Milpitas. But once we get to that stage of having somebody that unfortunately may need that enforcement notice, that is the part that I would really want to make sure that it is in the language of their primary language. I think it's really important. Personally, I know my parents, they do own property in San Jose, and when that notice comes in English and they don't tell you, and many families are depending on their children to translate, sometimes they just don't ask. And then by the time you get to either a place of enforcement or so forth, or if they don't have somebody that could translate, then I could see where that could be a disadvantage for those who just don't know or didn't understand the process. So once we get to a home, that once they get into that enforcement side, I would kindly ask if we could please make sure that notice is in their primary language, please.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. We'll bring it back up here to the dais. And we have already conducted the public hearing. My memory serves me well. I did close it. Okay, thank you. I had to check with the city clerk. Thank you. And so before we move to approve the item, let's go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick note about the ordinance itself. I just wanted to note that it is effective tonight if you do choose to adopt it. We are basically making findings under two sections of state law, one, the water code. And if those were subject to legal challenge, we've also made urgency findings under the government code, but that's embodied within the ordinance. And so I'll go ahead and read the title. It is an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, pursuant to Water Code Sections 375 and 376, amending Chapter 6 of Title 8 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to water shortage contingency plan. And I think at this point, we'd just be looking for a motion to adopt that ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make a motion to approve the ordinance. So
I'll second the motion. We had a motion by Vice Mayor Montano. We have a second by Councilmember Fan. And we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
And Councilmember Fan, if you can turn off your request, I can only... And Councilmember Chua as well. Please turn your microphone off when you're done speaking. Thank you very much. And we'll go to Councilmember Dominguez again.
Aye.
And next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano, where you at?
aye.
And myself is an aye. That motion is carried. Thank you very much to our city attorney for doing his part. Fantastic. So item number 13 is approved. At this time, I want to take a moment to sort of go back a little bit to our presentations, and I'll ask the city council to join me here on the chamber floor as we recognize some really special people here tonight, and happy to see everybody. So we'll go down to the chamber floor here, and we'll have a few presentations. All right, just a little past 7 p.m. here on August the 5th of 2021 here in the city of Milpitas. And we are, I think, very blessed and fortunate to be gathered here safely to give a few presentations out and to recognize leaders in this community. I think tonight we have a key to the city where we're going to recognize a local leader, but in my heart and soul, a local legend. Tonight, we do have a key to the city right before us that will go to a gentleman, a family man, a husband, a father, a grandfather, and really a role model to many in this community. We're here to present a key to the city to Henry Nichols. If I may say many more words and share the microphone with my colleagues, we want to just provide testimony to Mr. Nichols and what he means to our community. Henry has been a resident here in Milpitas since the 1950s, 56. Thank you very much. And he's got roots here deeper as anybody. 5 generations. Thank you. Henry, I've had just really the honor and pleasure to meet here in this community. I feel like if I know Henry Nichols, then, I've done a lot to get to be a part of this community. Henry is such a pleasure and joy to me personally as well. His home is always open to many. Many of you know it. He also goes by the name DJ O. Henry. And Mr. Nichols has even DJ'd right here in City Hall under our rotunda, among many other festivities here in Milpitas. What's important tonight under Henry's name is the reason why he's getting the key to the city. And under his name, it says Sunny Hills Neighborhood Historian. Mr. Nichols played the leading part in ensuring that Augustine Park also was named Sunny Hills Augustine Park. The Sunny Hills component is really what is our Milpitas experience. And the Sunny Hills blessing that our town has, many of you know through the documentary 54, which Henry is a vital part of as well. And so I'm just really thankful for tonight where we can actually gather and really rejoice for all you've done for our community and continue to do so. You give your time and services away as a volunteer to DJ for community events such as our bi-weekly food giveaway at the high school, where upwards to 1,000 vehicles come by the first and third Saturday. I'm sorry. Tuesday's over here, but the first and third Saturday, and folks are driving in to the site over on Escuela, and it's not somewhere you want to be where you're needing food security and food support. But when these families, not just in Milpitas, but from all over, roll up to our town, they see Henry Nichols, DJ O. Henry, and they hear a positive, upbeat, uplifting music. And that right there, it just goes to show Henry goes above and beyond always. So I want to go to my colleagues as well. If anybody would like to say anything for Mr. Nichols in front of his family and friends, now would be the time.
Henry Nichols, congratulations. You're going to be getting the key to the city. So I'm really, really, really proud of you. So back, when was it, a couple of years ago, Henry and I were discussing about renaming Sunny Hills Park, and we were able to do that together. And I'm so proud of you. And Henry grew up in Sunny Hills, and so did I, and so do my family members. So my grandkids are the Pecco family, Bob Pecco, Bridget, Dominic, and of course, Rosie. So we're all there together. Thank you. Congratulations. You deserve it.
They say that once you're not here, you're not remembered by what you said. You're not remembered by the title in front of your name. You're remembered by how you make people feel. I say that because you have inspired many of us and consistently remind us that this is not a community of I, it is a community of we. And it's because of you, not only are we able to keep our history, you consistently remind us of how important that is. But I want your family and your friends to know you also inspire faith. You inspire hope. You inspire peace. And for that, I will forever be grateful. Thank you for opening your door to us unconditionally every day, whenever we need you. And we need your guidance, and when we need that refresher that reminds us that this home, this building, is the home of Milpitas. Doesn't belong to any one of us up here. So thank you for the shirt. The shirts that I wear symbolize what I want the year or my meetings to be. I say mine and my perspective of me being here. Ironically, I did not know that we were giving you the key to the city today. Ironically, this is a shirt that you gave me, and I decided to wear it because the message is clear. There is nothing more powerful than unity and community. From the bottom of my heart, sir, thank you so much for instilling that. Congratulations.
I'll try to be brief. I feel like it would take hours for me, probably days, to really be able to articulate the contributions that you, Mr. Nichols, have contributed to really Silicon Valley, really this region as a whole. You are the backbone of Sunny Hills, and Sunny Hills is the backbone of Milpitas. And really just thank you so much. Please know that, the work that you did, the work that you continue to do, it inspires future generations of leaders to step up and participate in good trouble. And that's what we really need. So thank you and congratulations.
Every time I think of Henry, it just puts a smile on my face because I always think of DJ O. Henry. Because several times I've been to the senior center and you were there, and I can see the joy, the cheer, the happiness that you bring, your music brings to the women, to the senior women and men of the Milpitas Senior Center. And thank you so much. They can't wait for the center to open so we can start dancing again. Thank you.
Well, there you heard it from the city council, and I do want to add, I don't think Henry's going anywhere anytime soon. So this is not the, I don't even think it's the capstone. An amazing thing such as the key to the city is not even the capstone to everything you do and mean to our community and the world. So I think let's hear from the most important person here for this item. Let's give a big round of applause. Let's get Mr. Henry Nichols up here. We'll hear from you, sir, and then we'll present you the key right over here.
I don't know. Oh, wow. I just want to thank the mayor, vice mayor, council members. I appreciate you guys. You just don't know. This is truly a great honor for me. I always cherish this moment, and my friends, I appreciate you all coming out for me, friends and family. And I will continue to try to give back to the community. What I did, I did. And I grew up in Milpitas, 1956. Grew up in Milpitas, and my parents moved down here, and I need to say a big thank you to my parents who aren't with me anymore, but really thankful that they came down here and taught me a lot. And the housing tract that I grew up in, Sunny Hills, that was a community, and everybody helped everybody, and every race that you could think of was in my community. And we all got along and helped each other. So that is why we were the first planned integrated community in the nation. And that is history, and that is written. Thank you so much. I appreciate this.
He made his mark on the city forever. Okay, it's an exciting night here in Milpitas. A lot of history makers, movers, and shakers, worldwide, world-renowned folks. And we have a couple of United States Olympians in the building. So stay with us and check it out just for a second. I want to welcome our two Olympians from representing the United States of America. You don't have to come down yet, but I want to recognize Connect Ja and Sin Zhu, United States table tennis Olympians. Welcome back. Welcome back home. Welcome back home. Okay, great. So what I'll do is recognize the both of you at the same time. If you don't mind, I'm going to say a few words about each of you. Our Milpitas residents. All right, let me talk about Connect Ja first. We've been following you through the community and, you know, posting about you on Facebook. You make tens of thousands of people, both of you. You make tens of thousands of people in this town and in the community so proud to know that we have two Olympians. And if you got any extra Olympic jackets, let me know. Those look great. Okay. So for Connect, we have a commendation for you for your participation as a Team USA Olympian. And I want to ask you about the Olympic Village sometime. I hear things, crazy things in there. Yeah. Not just for here in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Connect, you have proudly represented the United States in 2 Summer Olympic Games, the 2016 Rio de Janeiro and the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. The entire Milpitas community praise your hard work, determination, and work ethic you have poured into the U.S. table tennis team. The hours of practice and self-discipline to become an Olympian is a feat not many can achieve, especially during this global pandemic. Congratulations on your achievements, including the 2016 U.S. Men's Single Champion, the 2016 U.S. Youth Singles Champion, the 2015 North American Championship Men's Team Champion, and the 2014 North American Cup winner. Connect Ja. You guys all get down here. Where'd you go? And then Sin Zhu, on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, we commend and recognize you for your participation as a Team USA Olympian in the 2020 Tokyo, Japan Olympics. The entire Milpitas community praises your hard work, determination, and work ethic you have poured into the United States table tennis team. The hours of practice and self-discipline to become an Olympian is a feat not many can achieve, especially during a global pandemic. Your ability to push yourself both physically and mentally to attain your goals is something to celebrate and honor. I cannot wait to see what other achievements you will fulfill on and off the table tennis court. And so, ladies and gentlemen, our United States Team USA Olympians, Milpitas residents, let's give them a big round of applause as they come up here. And we want you to, if you can, share your experience in Tokyo. We'd love to hear directly your time there competing.
Hello, everyone. I just want to say, first of all, a huge thank you to you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the council members here. I've lived in Milpitas my whole life, my parents as well, my older sister. And it's just a huge honor to be recognized by the city. I would never, ever imagine that growing up. I can speak for both of us, me and Zoshin. We're so incredibly grateful to be up here right now, honored by the city. I think we both put in a lot of hours of work and commitment to this sport. And just to represent the country and obviously our city, it's a really humbling feeling. And it was really a great experience to play in Tokyo Olympic Games. It was obviously a little bit harder than, let's say, normal. We didn't have our family there, our friends, our supporters, as we normally would due to the pandemic. But we all know everyone here is with us in spirit, and I've seen the support through the city from both of us through the years, and it means so much. And I'm still quite young, and I really hope to continue to keep going forward in the sport and keep pushing table tennis for Milpitas and for California and for the country. And just once again, I'm honored to be up here and have this award. Thank you.
I'll take pictures. Get up here. Get them in the middle. One more big round of applause. That's it with presentations, folks. Thanks for being here. Maybe Henry's driveway after, I don't know. Yeah. Attention in the chamber, council, elected officials, council members, vice mayor, please, we're going to resume the meeting here. Vice Mayor. Calling Vice Mayor Montano. Okay, fantastic. Everybody's here. Let's move on. Item number 14. Let's conduct a public hearing and introduce ordinance number 38.843, amending sections of chapter 10 of title 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code related to ADUs and making findings of CEQA exemption. And we're going to go to our Director of Planning, Director Ned Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be with you here in the chambers tonight. We have two items from the Planning Department for public hearing. Both were heard by the Planning Commission on June 30th. The first item is an amendment to the zoning ordinance, the text of the zoning ordinance relative to accessory dwelling units. And we have our senior planner, Rosalind Thompson, who will be coming in to the meeting virtually to present the staff report. And both of us will be here to answer questions.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, welcome.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The item currently before you are the potential revisions to the city's accessory dwelling unit or ADU regulations. In this presentation, I will briefly go over the background of how we got here, the purpose of the amendments, and then discuss the changes in further detail. Next slide, please. On June 16, 2020, the City Council adopted an ordinance amending sections of the zoning code that regulate ADUs. These amendments to the city's ADU regulations were enacted to comply with state legislation in effect at that time. The amended government code sections imposed additional limits on local authorities to regulate ADUs and JADUs and streamlined the approval and permitting process to encourage construction of ADUs. The new statewide legislation took effect on January 1st, 2020, and nullified the city's non-compliant ADU ordinance. Next slide, please. On June 23rd, 2021, staff brought forward proposed amendments to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance to the Planning Commission for recommendation to the City Council. The Planning Commission voted 6-0 with 1 abstention to recommend the proposed amendments to the zoning code to the City Council. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this set of amendments is to amend and clarify requirements regarding 4 areas: front yard setbacks for attached ADUs, separate utility connection requirements, development standards for ADUs not subject to limited criteria in state law, and also bedrooms. The proposed amendment also removes the efficiency kitchen requirement for JADUs, and again, removes the bedroom limitation for ADUs. So the next few slides, I'm going to go into each amendment in further detail. Next slide, please. Currently, the ADU ordinance lacks a minimum front yard setback for attached ADUs. A minimum front yard setback of 8 feet is proposed for attached ADUs in all residential zoning districts except the R1H zoning district. In the R1H zoning district, the proposed minimum front yard setback is at least 25 feet for lots with slopes less than 16% and 40 feet for lots with slopes greater than 16%, as consistent with the yard requirements in the Hillside ordinance. This minimum setback will not apply to ADUs. There's a section that are state mandated or state limited ADUs, because those ADUs again are governed by the state mandated development standards as reflected in that particular section of our ordinance. Next slide, please. Currently, the zoning code requires that both ADU and JADUs meet or exceed the requirements of an efficiency unit. The requirement of a full kitchen and bathroom for JADUs in the ordinance would be in conflict with the government code that regulates ADUs, which states that JADU can only only require an efficiency kitchen that includes a cooking facility with appliances and a food preparation counter and storage cabinets. And also the JADU state law, which allows a JADU to share sanitation facilities with the existing structures. It is also in conflict with there's also an internal conflict in the zoning code, which allows JADUs to have only an efficiency kitchen and to share sanitation facilities with the primary dwelling. So to align the ordinance with the California Building Code and the Government Code and eliminate the internal conflict, staff is eliminating the reference to JADU from that particular subsection. Next slide, please. Currently, the ADU ordinance requires a separate direct utility connection for ADUs and JADUs constructed with new homes and all non-converted ADUs and JADUs. So staff proposes to eliminate the absolute requirement of a separate utility connection for ADUs and JADUs constructed with new homes and non-converted ADUs and JADUs, and instead provide an additional option of upsizing an existing utility connection to comply with fire, water, and sewer design standards. A connection fee or capacity charge will still be required, and the fee or charge would be proportionate to the burden created by the ADU or JADU based on either the floor area or the drainage fixture units values of the ADU or JADU and the primary dwelling. And therefore, the subsections that apply would be eliminated, and the requirements for either upsizing existing utility connections or installing new utility connections will be found in a new subsection. Next slide, please. So the existing ordinance creates three review categories for ADUs. One, those that meet the limited criteria imposed by state law. Two, those that do not meet the limited state imposed criteria, but meet the standards of the code. And three, ADUs that do not meet all of the standards of the code. As currently structured, the parking requirements and design standards of the ordinance are in separate sections of the ordinance, which suggests that these requirements apply to all ADU review categories. However, state law prohibits local jurisdictions from imposing development standards such as landscaping, height, setbacks, and parking requirements, in addition to the other standards in state law. To clearly distinguish development standards applicable to those ADUs that meet limited state criteria from ADUs subject to our own limited discretion, separate subsections for parking requirements and design standards will be eliminated, and those standards will be relocated into one subsection. Next slide, please. Currently, the zoning code limits the number of bedrooms with an ADU. Additional guidance from the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, has construed a limit on the number of bedrooms as a discriminatory practice towards protected classes, such as familial status, and would be considered constraint on the development of ADUs. Therefore, the limit of the number of bedrooms has been eliminated from the zoning code. Next slide. As for CEQA, it does not apply to the adoption of an ordinance by local government implementing state law with respect to ADUs. Therefore, the proposed ordinance is statutorily exempt from CEQA in that the proposed ordinance implements the state's ADU law. Also, the ordinance amendment is statutorily exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15282H, because it is an adoption of an ordinance regarding second units or a single or multifamily in a single or multifamily residential zone. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing and move to close the hearing following comments. The City Attorney will read aloud the ordinance number 38.843 and also move to waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce ordinance number 38.843, amending sections of Chapter 10 of Title 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to accessory dwelling units and making findings of CEQA exemption. That concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you very much, Senior Planner Rosalind. Hearing no objections, I'll move to open up the public hearing. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. And I'll look around the chamber if anyone would like to speak during the public hearing. This is the comment portion. Looking around. I don't see anybody here in the chamber going once, going twice. Okay, we'll go virtual. Hey, folks, we're on item number 14, still in the public hearing. We got a healthy agenda this evening. We'll continue to be efficient. We are here in the public hearing of the 14th item tonight. And I'm looking at our folks participating on Zoom, looking at all 29 attendees. If anybody would like to speak during this item number 14, love seeing the familiar names on Zoom. Thanks for tuning in from your home on this beautiful evening here in the city of Milpitas, the land of cornfields. Looking for any virtual raised hands if you'd like to participate in this public hearing with your comment. On the Zoom, going once, I don't see anybody going twice, I don't see anybody going the third time. That's it. I'll go ahead if there's no objections, move to close the public hearing. No objections, the public hearing is now closed. Bringing it back up to the virtual dais, I just want to say great job from our planners. A lot of state policy cleanup, looks like, and we're always on top of that. You know, I never hear any major concerns from the planning department, and it's because they're amazing. Okay, great. I'll look to my colleagues if there's any comment. Colleagues, if you'd like to speak on number 14, you may or may not. Okay, next up, we got the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Thank you for the presentation. Just a clarification. So the bottom line is that we're just overriding the CEQA reviews, correct?
Under state law, they're considered exempt if they're related to the ADU law.
Yeah. Can you move your speaker up, speaker up more? Because so I didn't get that. Can you repeat that again?
So yes, any changes to local ordinances related to the accessory dwelling units are exempt from CEQA under state law.
Yeah. So that's and actually that does help to create more housing, the housing stock in the city. And then I guess as time goes by, we will find out more because this is the first time we've been doing it. So we'll tweak it and make sure that it works. Thank you.
Most of these, I'll just add, most of these tweaks will streamline the review and approval process.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Looking to the dais if there's any further requests for the item. Going once, going twice. I don't see any further requests. And so therefore, I'll now go to our city. Let me pause myself. We have Councilmember Chua.
Oh, I just want to make a motion.
Oh, not so fast. Not so fast, my friend. We'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll go ahead and read the title of the ordinance, and then we would be looking for a motion which Councilmember Chua could make to introduce the ordinance. And so it is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending Section 13.08, accessory dwelling units of Chapter 10 of Title 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to accessory dwelling units.
Councilmember Chua, please.
So move.
We have a motion by Councilmember Chua and looking for a second. We have a second from Councilmember Fan, and all in favor with the vote. We'll go with Councilmember Chua. That's an aye from Councilmember Chua. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez. Aye. That's a aye from Councilmember Dominguez. And next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
That's an aye from Councilmember Fan. We have the Vice Mayor next.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. The motion is approved. And item number 14 is well done. Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Moving on to item number 15 under public hearings. Let's adopt a resolution approving a site development permit, density bonus permit, tree removal permit, and environmental assessment to allow demolition of an existing office, warehouse, industrial building, removal of 3 protected trees, and development of a multi-residential building up to 77 feet, 6 stories in height, with up to 85 dwelling units, 100% affordable, a ground floor parking garage with up to 48 vehicle spaces, and approximately 20,000 plus square feet of public and private open space on a 1.11 acre parcel located at 308 Single Court in the Transit Area Specific Planning Area. pursuant to CEQA exemptions. And we're going back to our Department of Planning Director, Ned Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. This item, as I mentioned, was also heard by the Planning Commission on June 30th. They recommended approval on a somewhat split vote for the council. And we'll talk about some of the issues that were discussed at the Planning Commission as part of the presentation. We have our other senior planner, Michael Fasati, here virtually to present the staff report on this item. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, fellow staff, residents, and members of the public. The item you have in front of you is an application for a new multifamily affordable housing project in the city. Next slide, please. This application is for a number of entitlements. The site development permit, or SDP, will allow the development of a 5-story podium-style apartment building over a 1-story parking garage with up to 85 multifamily residential units that are 100% affordable, parking for up to 48 vehicles, and approximately 20,788 square feet of landscape, public and private open and recreation space on a 1.11 acre site. The density bonus permit will allow a 20% density increase, which is approximately 18 units, over the maximum 60 dwelling units per acre density allowed in the MXD3 zoning district. The density bonus permit also allows consideration of certain specific concessions, waivers, and exceptions requested by the applicant. Lastly, as an environmental assessment was created to allow a third-party consultant to review and determine the project can be exempt from further environmental review as required by the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Next slide, please. This is an aerial image of the site. 308 Sango is surrounded by Ark Baptist Church to the north, Olson Body Shop to the south, a dog boarding kennel to the east, and townhomes from the Pace project to the west. Next slide, please. This is the zoning map of the property. All of the purple areas are zoned Boulevard Very High Density Mixed Use Residential. We also call that MXD3. The tan areas located west of 308 Sango are zoned multifamily high density residential, also known as R3 zoning. Although an assembly use and light industrial uses surround the site currently, the transit area specific plan, also known as the Milpitas Metro Plan, envision higher density mixed use and residential uses in the immediate area. Next slide, please. This project requires first a site development permit to develop the 1-story parking garage and 5 floors of residential units. The following rendering is how the project will face Sango Court, which will eventually turn into a local street and connect to Tarab Court. In total, the project will include 35 1-bedroom units, 27 2-bedroom units, and 23 3-bedroom units. The apartment is projected to be built through either modular construction or stick frame, where units are built off-site and transported to the property, where they are crane lifted and stacked onto one another. Depending on market conditions, the project may be a conventional construction also. Next slide, please. The applicant worked with staff to design a project that complements future developments on the street. The project in the upper left is 308 Sango, the project you're currently reviewing now, while the image on the bottom right is 355 Sango, also an affordable housing project, which is located across the street. Both possess contemporary architectural designs consistent with the task design guidelines, including variations of colors, materials, and wall planes that break up the building mass. Next slide, please. The project includes a first floor level parking garage. The developer worked with staff to meet the standards of task, but when it comes to making sure that parking or garage access points cannot be seen from the public right of way. Rather than designing a garage entry directly from Sango Court, the project includes a south-facing garage where it cannot be seen from either the street or sidewalk. Instead of using blank walls, the applicant incorporated recessed windows and durable metal window awnings to face the front in order to maintain a high-quality visual appearance vertically through the front elevation. Next slide, please. As demonstrated on the site plan, the garage entry point is located at the rear of the property, approximately 187 feet from the Sango Court frontage and tucked behind the building. The access door to the trash collection room is also hidden from around the corner. Also shown on the site plan, the project includes approximately 1,473 square feet of a leasing office, a 615 square foot fitness area, and a 765 square foot residential lounge, and outdoor terrace on the ground floor at the front of the building. Next slide, please. The project includes new landscaping and open space areas. With the installation of over 20,000 square feet of amenity area and the payment of task fees, the project will meet its total parkland requirement. No additional fees for open space will be required. As shown on the slide, the project includes approximately 1,033 square foot public plaza along the front, a 12,338 square foot landscape paseo with benches and walkways along the side, a picnic area, a dog park, and a half-court basketball and hardscape play area at the rear. The ground floor also includes the 615 square foot fitness area and lounge areas for residents. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 4,832 square foot internal courtyard on the second floor with landscape planters and outdoor seating for residents. Next slide, please. All applications for site development permits located within the TASP require consistency with the general plan, the transit area specific plan, and the zoning ordinance for staff to recommend approval of the project. For the general plan, the project must be consistent with the goals and policies applicable to the general plan designation of where the property is located. For consistency with the TASP and zoning ordinance, the project must meet development standards. Development standards includes heights, setbacks, floor area, among other things. 308 Sango, as proposed, meets the majority of city development standards. But since 308 Sango is a 100% affordable project, they have the option of applying for a density bonus permit that includes incentives, waivers, and concessions. As stated on this slide, density bonuses are intended to encourage the creation of affordable housing by providing incentives to the developer of the affordable housing project. Incentives include a density bonus, parking waiver, regulatory concessions, and additional waivers and fee incentives needed to assist in the creation of affordable housing. Next slide, please. For example, state density bonus law allows up to a 50% density bonus for projects that incorporate at least 20% affordable units to low-income individuals or households. Since this project includes 60% affordable units to low income and 40% to moderate income individuals and households, the project would qualify for that 50% bonus. The applicant has applied for a 27% density bonus, which is equivalent to approximately 18 additional units or 77 dwelling units per acre, which is permitted per state density bonus law. The other benefits within affordable housing law are known as incentives. They're in the form of concessions. A concession is defined as a reduction in a site development standard or modification of a zoning code or architectural design requirement, such as a reduction in setbacks or a minimum square footage requirement, or any other standard or requirement that results in identifiable and actual cost reductions. The developers requested a concession with the private open space requirement for each dwelling unit. Per our city TASP standards, each residential dwelling unit requires 60 square feet of private patio. With 85 units, the developer would technically need to build out 85 patios. But since the reduction of patio clearly results in identifiable and actual cost reductions, simply in labor and materials, the developer is requesting a concession to remove the standard and allow patios for 10 of the 85 units. Please note, a density bonus is a state mandate. In other words, a developer who meets the requirements of the state law is entitled to receive the density bonus and other concessions as a matter of right. Next slide, please. Similar to a density bonus, the state mandates the city to allow parking concessions for affordable housing projects. As demonstrated within the following tables, by TASP standards, the project would require 140 parking spaces for residential units. The developer has chosen to invoke Assembly Bill 2345, which updated California State Density Law bonus law to provide further incentives to affordable housing developers, which includes further parking reductions. In summary, if a developer designates at least 20% of the residential units to affordable low-income individuals or households, and the site is located within a half-mile from a major transit station, such as the BART, they are entitled to park the site at 0.5 spaces per unit. For 308 Sango, the state mandated parking requirement would be 44 vehicle spaces. The developer proposed 48 vehicle spaces, which is compliant with state density bonus law. Next slide, please. Additionally, if a development that qualifies a density bonus, such as 308 Sango, they may request additional waivers and reductions of other development standards. A waiver can be requested when the city or county development standard would physically prevent the project from being built at the permitted density and with the granted concessions. Therefore, the developer has requested a waiver for the proposed rear setback. As shown in this example, a 20-foot rear setback is required for up to 60 feet of the proposed building. Once the building goes taller than 60 feet, the task requirement has an additional 10-foot setback, making the setback 30 feet from the property line. Next slide, please. This is the rear elevation of 308 Sango that abuts the existing residential neighborhood to the south. 308 Sango has a maximum height of 77 feet, and the minimum rear setback all the way up is 23 feet, 10 inches. As shown in the previous slide, the task requires a minimum setback of 20 feet and an additional setback of 30 feet for any portion of the building over 60 feet. The applicant has requested a waiver of a 30-foot setback requirement for that portion of the building over 60 feet in height. The waiver will allow development of the project at its permitted density and does not pose a threat to public health or welfare. So the city is required to grant the waiver. Next slide, please. An additional waiver is in regards to use of compact parking. According to TASP, compact parking is allowed in all residential and commercial zoning districts. As identified in the blue stars above, the developer has proposed 16 parking spaces as compact, approximately 33% of the total parking spaces. The requested waiver will allow a greater number of compact spaces within the garage to maximize the number of parking spaces within the footprint of the building. The project qualifies for this waiver under the state density bonus law, so the city must allow the changes in parking design to accommodate the project. Next slide, please. Under the state density bonus law, the city may consider other financial incentives, such as fee waivers or fee deferrals to support the development of affordable housing through identifiable and actual cost reductions. The applicant has requested a deferral of payment of the transit area development impact fee, which we call the TASP fee, from issuance of building permit to issuance of certificate of occupancy, and a reduction in public art fees. Please note, the applicant is not asking for relief of paying those fees. They are just asking to pay those fees at a later date. The TASP fee is projected to be approximately $3.4 million. The applicant has requested a reduction in the value of the public art requirement. If this was a standard market rate project, the project would generate approximately $225,000 for a public art fee. The applicant is requesting to waive that and instead entitle the proposed art installation that's demonstrated in the figure below at the front of the building. Next slide, please. Tree removal, 3 protected trees are to be removed. All 3 trees are Chinese tallows in relatively poor condition. There's a 4th tulip tree that'll also be removed, but it wasn't considered protected due to its smaller size. As seen in some of the landscape drawings that we previously looked at, new shrubs and landscaping will be installed with up to 18 replacement trees. Next slide, please. The project was reviewed by the Planning Commission on June 30th of this year. Both members of the public and the Planning Commission expressed concerns regarding the lack of parking proposed. The applicant consulted with residents and planning staff to create a plan to address concerns regarding parking, highlighting these 5 ideas. 4 ideas, actually. Redesign the garage to be stacker ready, provide residents information to obtain free or subsidized transit passes, addressing parking limitations in the lease agreement, and providing adequate bicycle parking spaces. Next slide, please. The applicant has agreed to design the parking garage to be stacker ready. That means that the garage will be designed with adequate clearance and electrical capacity to accommodate the installation of parking stackers if the need arises after the building is completed and occupied. The city would have sole discretion to determine if additional parking is needed based on a parking study to be completed 6 months to 1 year after the building is completed. The resolution includes the following condition. Permittee shall design the ground floor garage to provide adequate height, electrical connections, and other needed infrastructure to accommodate mechanical parking stackers. Prior to building permit issuance, the permittee shall submit a detailed parking plan to the city for review and approval by the planning director. The parking plan shall identify the potential number, locations, and arrangement of mechanical parking stackers to be deployed if the city, at its sole discretion, determines that additional on-site parking is needed to accommodate parking demand once the project is completed and occupied. Next slide, please. The resolution also includes a condition requiring the applicant to make available free or subsidized transit passes for residents and employees. The proposed project at 308 Sango is 0.2 miles away from a bus stop currently located on Montague Expressway near Trade Zone and 0.5 miles away from the Milpitas Transit Center. More direct access will be provided to the transit center once the city completes the planned extension of South Milpitas Boulevard into the Tango sub-district. Promoting multimodal transportation is the vision of the Task Metro Plan, allowing existing and future residents other ways to travel to and from work, potentially without the use of a vehicle. Next slide, please. This is an image showing that vision we have about creating another access point to the Milpitas Transit Center. The Task Metro vision has a long-term goal to facilitate transit-friendly development by providing easier access to the Milpitas Transit Center. The red star you see on the screen is 308 Sango, and the Milpitas Transit Center and BART station are shown in blue. As shown in this diagram, the Task Metro plan calls for a new street to connect Sango Court to Terror Court, with public parking along the new street. South Milpitas Boulevard will also extend south with a new bridge over Penitencia Creek and a bike pedestrian trail connecting the Tango neighborhood directly to the transit center, so individuals and residents could walk or bike to the BART station. An additional street connection will be provided with the extension of Jubilee North to Sango. The Task Metro plan also envisions an enhanced pedestrian trail along Penitencia Creek with trail connections in the neighborhood. The city has purchased several key parcels in the neighborhood to make this plan a reality, with amenities to support both pedestrians and bicyclists. Future Sango Court will be redeveloped by the city as a residential street with on-site parking, sidewalks, and landscaping. Next slide, please. The project as an apartment requires residents to sign a lease agreement with the operator. The applicant has informed the city that details discussing parking constraints and that parking is not an option on adjacent parcels will be included within this lease agreement. It should be noted that obtaining an affordable unit is a very competitive process, which means that it's advantageous of a resident to follow the conditions of the lease agreement to remain a resident. Next slide, please. The project will also include secure long-term and short-term bicycle parking to support and encourage the use of trails for bicycling as an alternative mode of transportation. Next slide, please. In summary, even though the project is providing 0.5 parking stackers per residential unit by state law, the applicant has offered to include the following: a parking garage designed in a manner that is stacker ready and that include up to 28 additional parking spaces. if it's found that the additional parking is needed via a parking study and after the building is occupied. Provide a program for free or subsidized transit passes made available to residents and employees. Parking limitations to be addressed in lease agreements. Additional street parking will be created when Sango Court turns into Tarab, and enhanced bicycle parking facilities on site for residents that live without a vehicle. Next slide, please. To memorialize these measures, the following conditions have been included in the resolution. Condition 56 is a standard condition that requires the permittee to pay for frontage improvements to change the road configuration from a cul-de-sac to a local road. Please note, since the project is located in the TASP and the applicant is paying full TASP fees, the applicant will receive a substantial amount of credit for their frontage improvements. Condition 88 addresses the concessions and waivers built into the project. Condition 89 mandates the garage to be designed for stacker ready and having a parking study to determine if parking spaces are required. Condition 90 requires a transit pass program to be made available to residents. The applicant has already designed long-term bicycle parking spaces and has addressed parking limitations within the lease agreement as an agreement to the city. Next slide, please. Findings have been made to support this project. Density bonuses are a bit different. In order to deny a density bonus incentive, the local jurisdiction must make a finding that the waiver is not necessary to make the affordable housing units economically feasible, or that the waiver will impact the public health and safety of the community. Those findings have not been found, which in essence means staff recommends supporting the proposed concessions, waivers, and incentives. Next slide, please. The project has been determined to be exempt through CEQA section 15194. That's a section specifically for affordable housing projects, but the project is also consistent with the TASP BIR, which was formally adopted by the City Council back in November 2015. Next slide, please. The project was also noticed with postcards, as well as placed in the Milpitas Post and the city website. The city received 3 comments after the Planning Commission meeting and before the City Council meeting from concerned citizens about parking. Those emails have been provided within your packet. As noted earlier, the Planning Commission and members of the public raised concerns about limited parking at the project site. However, state density bonus law and our local density bonus ordinance allow parking reductions as an incentive for affordable housing projects. Less parking significantly reduces the overall cost of construction and makes affordable housing more feasible. The proposed project will be 100% affordable and qualifies for the reduced parking standard of 0.5 spaces per unit. In recognition of community concerns, the applicant has agreed to design the garage to accommodate mechanical stackers if there is a demonstration needing that additional parking spaces are required. The applicant will seek to manage overall parking demand by making free or subsidized transit passes available to residents and employees and requirements and demonstrating those requirements in the lease agreement. Next slide, please. In closing, staff recommends opening and closing the public hearing, considering the exemptions in accordance with California Environmental Quality Act, and adopting the resolution approving the site development permit, SD 19-004, the density bonus permit, and the tree removal permit, subject to attached conditions of approval. This concludes staff's summary of the project. Both Planning Director Thomas and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Furthermore, I'd like to inform the City Council that the applicant, Mike Kelly, and his team of architects and engineers are available, and I believe they have a second presentation. Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Senior Planner Fasadi, and we'll go to the developer here. Why don't I just open up the public hearing? Hearing no objections, I'll open the public hearing. I hear no objections. We're going to open up the public hearing. And we're the developers. Hey, welcome.
Mayor Tran, before you get to the applicant, I just wanted to give a gentle reminder to the council. Obviously, this is a public hearing. We want to ensure due process is protected. And so what I would ask is just holding those opinion statements until you close the public hearing, but definitely feel free to ask clarifying questions of staff, the applicant, or any speaker tonight. But again, hold those opinions till we close the public hearing. Thank you.
Loud and clear. Thank you. Welcome, Mike.
Yeah, hello, everybody. Mike Fasadi, I think you had a PowerPoint that we sent you previously, if you want to put that up for us.
Yes, we will.
Awesome. Thank you.
IT is on it here.
Great. So first of all, thank you for your time today and giving us a chance to visit with you on this project. It's been about 2.5 years in the making, and we've worked closely with Mike and Ned and other staff on this to, quite frankly, make this a better project. So thank you to staff, and again, thank you to everybody for giving us a chance to chat with you about this. You can go ahead and move on to the next slide. So what I'd like to do is just tell you a little bit about us, a little about the operations, and a little bit about how the project's financed. I know that not all that is particularly, I'll say, relevant, but it's within the purview of today's hearing. But I think it's good for all of you to have a full and complete understanding of who we are, what the project is, how it's operated, and how it's financed. So I'm a partner with the Pacific companies, and we have a team of about 100 full-time employees. That's excluding property management and some other on-site staff. The real estate development arm that we have is primarily multifamily. We do probably 90% of our business is affordable housing, 10% is market rate, and we also build some schools as well. We have a substantive financing sources, financing relationships. We have in-house architecture. We outsource a lot of our architecture these days, primarily in urban areas such as this. We're working with Architects Orange, who's, quite frankly, has been fantastic. We have our own in-house asset management, where we deal with all the lifeline issues like debt and insurance, and manage all the property management relationships. And we're long-term owners. We don't build these to sell or flip. We're not incentivized to do it. So all the projects we have, we've owned for a long time. And just like this asset here, our intent is to keep this under our ownership for quite some time. And we also have a captive insurance company to make sure that all the subs are adequately insured. I can move on to the next slide. I'll just kind of jam through these because I know you guys have some items ahead of us. I want to be respectful of time. So you can see some of the accomplishments we have. We've been around for just over 20 years. We have about 190 assets that are either completed or in the works, all different stages of entitlements or financing. We've built over 20,000 units, $2 billion asset value. With our capacity right now, we produce about 15 assets a year. It's all throughout California. We have, urban projects, all throughout the Bay Area. Southern California, something as big as, 1,000 units in Orange County we have going on right now, and something as small as 25 units in Sonoma. So we really build a wide variety of assets, and the key is it's really not to have a specific widget per se, but it's different types of financing strategies and tactics to produce these assets. And the project that we're proposing before you today, our intent is to finance it with tax-exempt bonds. And that is something that's right in our wheelhouse. We've produced over 80 of those types of financing structures, and we're one of the largest users of tax-exempt bonds in the state of California. And we use very creative financing structures. And as we get a little ahead here in the slides, I'll share some of the projects where we've deployed some of these innovative financing structures, which is our intent to do on this project here. Next slide, please. So we have, significant debt and equity relationships. We're a huge user of Wells Fargo, Rabobank, US Bank. US Bank is definitely interested in this. Wells Fargo has already expressed interest in it. So for a wide variety of reasons, we're not going to have any issues, accessing capital for this. Next slide, please. And I'm just going to go through some, projects that I think are local. Again, we're all over the state, but I wanted to share a few projects that or in the area and the surrounding area, or have some financing structures that are similar to this. So we have a project now that's under construction in Burlingame. It's 144 units. They issued an RFP for it. They basically structured a public-private partnership on 2 of their parking lots. We were successful in winning that RFP. And so in exchange for the land that they are giving us, we're producing 144 units, as well as a public parking garage. that we are not bonding against. We're just giving them the garage. And the financing source is this B bond structure that we plan to use on this. So that's the way we're doing. We did that project. It's the way we plan on doing this one. The only source of financing on that project was the land. No other state financing sources, nothing from HCD, CalHFA, none of that, just the land and our innovative B bond structure. Next slide, please. And then we have a project now. We just completed the entitlements. We're providing inclusionary housing on 48 senior units in Cupertino. We were just awarded 9% credits just a couple of weeks ago. Very proud of that. A very, very competitive financing round here in the Bay Area. There's a lot of folks, trying to get the 9% credits. So we were successful, and our intent is to break ground, probably by December of this year. Next slide, please. And this is a project in Gilroy, 263 units, 100% affordable, and not one penny from the city or the state. Again, innovative B bond structure that we plan to deploy here. That's a $101 million project. It's 100% leased up. It was completed last year. Next slide. And this is a project we did a while back. This is in San Jose, Alum Rock, 93 units, 9%. I just want to share that with you because it's also nearby there in Santa Clara County, 100% affordable, 9%. That one there, we did have to garner. We didn't have the B bond structure available at the time, so we went after state sources, but we were successful with HCD, the infill infrastructure grant, and also for 4% low-income housing tax credits. We partnered with USA Properties on that, and that's a very, very successful project. Next slide, please. And this project you have here, I just want to show some of the metrics there. I'll get into some of the details here in just a sec, but that's what we have going on here. $49 million, probably $50 million project, 85 units, 6 stories. Mike and Ned touched on the general architectural parameters. I'll get into the financing here in just a sec. Next slide. So, again, I just want to share with you the financing. I recognize this is a meeting that orients around the entitlements, but I think it's great for you guys to understand how we plan to pay for it, right? Just so you know that we do have a plan and we're ready to go, and we've done this many times. So again, it's about a $50 million project, and the primary source of financing is going to be the 4% tax credit equity. Now, the relevant thing about that is those come with bonds. And I want to share this with you because the last bond round to submit for financing is September 9th. The parcel, the site, is in a location that makes it very, very competitive for those bonds. Should we not apply in September, we get kicked over to next year. And there's a big movement to move that specific parameter that makes that site competitive. So we don't want to risk it. So which is why we've been working very closely with staff to get all the application deliverables and all the ancillary information ready to go so that we can submit September 9th, should we be approved today. Because it is competitive, and those financing dollars are very competitive to get. As you can see, that's about $35, $40 million that we'd be putting at risk if we do not submit September 9th. And the other relevant thing here is that we are not asking for any money from the city. We would probably be one of the only projects there on Single Court that would be moving forward that's 100% affordable, that's not asking for any money from the city and paying a full TASP fee. Next slide, please. And so with respect to the operations and partners and who's involved in the site, who's going to operate it, who's looking over our shoulder, who's making sure that this project is going to be managed the way that you want it managed. So first of all, you have us, we're the developer, and we're also the long-term owners. We're not going anywhere. We're very good, very good owners. We want to be great partners with you folks. We want to be great neighbors with our neighbors there. And we also have a nonprofit managing partner who's going to provide services. We want to do it, but it's also a requirement for the tax credit allocation committee. So we'll have after-school programs, educational classes, things of that nature. They'll meet with the tenants beforehand to go through and just kind of get an idea of the tenant base, what kind of programs would be a best fit, for that tenant base. So they do make an assessment, but these are very popular programs that are in the vast majority of our projects. Then you have TCAC, the Tax Credit Allocation Committee. They're the issuer of all the tax credits, and again, the vast majority of the financing that we plan to use. They do annual checks. I mean, they are constantly looking over our shoulders, making sure that we're operating it the way that they intend for it to be operated. They do, again, annual checks, and it's a very rigorous program. In fact, we have an in-house compliance team just to make sure that we do everything that we're supposed to do. And then with tax credits, you actually have a purchaser of those tax credits, and they're oftentimes a private investor or a corporate entity such as Wells Fargo, and they don't receive those tax credits for a 15-year period. So they are constantly checking in as well, just to make sure that we're not in violation of any type of regulatory agreement or anything like that, because they don't want to be at risk of losing those tax credits. So they are financially incentivized to make sure we do the right thing, but it's good because we have to do the right thing. And then we have our B bond investor. And again, this is an innovative financing strategy that we're bringing to the table to the tune of $20 million. That they are also care about the operations of the project. There won't be any violations of the regulatory agreements or agreements with TCAC. Then you have your conventional lender that, they care about all the things that you're familiar with. And then you folks, right? Because you guys have a regulatory agreement because it's rent restricted, and you have the 40 and 60 AMI levels that Mike Fasati referenced. So you have a lot of folks looking over our shoulder and really caring about the way this project is managed. Next slide, please. And then I want to share with you what the rents look like. So we've been working on our application, just hoping that we do get approved today. And this year, if we are successful, we're actually going to have 30% AMI units up to 80% AMI units. So we're actually going to offer deeper targeting than what is required. And again, that's if we get awarded, but we do assess that we have a high likelihood of being awarded. So I just wanted to share this slide with you so you have an idea of what these rents really look like. For on the low end for say a 2-bedroom, you're just over $1,000, and on the high end for a 2-bedroom, you're just under $3,000. So that's what that looks like for your rents. I mean, we're going to have absolutely amazing demand for that. Next slide, please. And I'm going to kick this over to Michael or Alan from Architects Orange, just kind of touch on some of the amenities that we have here on the project.
Good evening, council members. I'm Alan Darpini. I'm with AO, the architect on record. Mr. Fasati did an excellent job talking about the amenities, so I'm going to just kind of overview it real quick. We are over the minimum required by the city by about 8,000 square feet. That includes, as Mr. Fasati said, a fitness area, a lounge, and a lobby area on the ground floor, as well as a pretty generous ground amenities around on the side and at the back of the building, as well as the courtyard on the second level. Mr. Fasati also touched on the art installation we'll be doing. That'll go just above the project entry. So you'll walk into that public plaza, that 1,000 square foot plaza, and to enter the building, you'll be walking underneath this public art piece. Next slide, please. Again, this is the landscape plan. Mr. Fasati already showed that. So next slide, please. No need to dwell on these things.
So I think this is our last slide. So, I mean, really an overview of, the primary project elements is you have a team that's done this many, many times. You have 85 affordable units. The regulatory agreement is going to be for 55 years. And we are obligated, and we did agree to pay the full task fee. We are asking in return that there's a waiver of the art fee. We have to be very respectful of costs on these affordable projects. And because we are paying full fees and we're not asking the city for any money, we do respectfully ask for a waiver of the art fee, and we're also providing art in return for that. And I've indicated again, no financial subsidy. And then we do have an abbreviated timeline to start construction, because we're not going after any additional state, financing, competitive sources, no Measure A, no HCD money, infrastructure grant, Cal HFA, none of that, simply just the bonds. And if we get the bonds, if we get approved today and we can apply September 9th and get the bonds, we'll start construction as soon as we get permits. That's our only contingency.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very much. Glad everybody's here with us tonight. Fantastic. The public hearing has been opened. Let's go to members of the public for comment. First, I'll look in our city council chamber. Looking around. I don't see going once, going twice. No one here in the chamber that would like to speak on this item. We're going virtual now. And I see a few virtual raised hands up. Please, if you're here virtually, raise your hand now. The time is now. First up, we have Allison McDonald. 2 minutes tonight, folks. You don't have to use the whole time if you don't want. First up, Allison McDonald will unmute the microphone.
Thank you. I have 2 questions and a comment, or 2 comments and 2 questions. Without the usual setback in the back of the building, will the fire department be able to access the upper floors from the driveway? That's my first question. My second question is about whether or not there will be priority given for parking spaces for disabled individuals, because that's a concern that I've heard from some people about this kind of affordable development with less parking. And I want to say that I love that the garage entrance is not in the front, so you won't have pedestrians trying to cross in front of cars coming out. I hate that when I'm in a city and having to scoot past the garages. And I did notice that there was no play area for young children, and that concerns me because you will have family apartments in the building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Allison. And let's see, who wants to take that? I know there are a couple of questions. Yeah, we'll have our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas, here. You got it?
Yeah, I can take a few of those, and then the applicant may also want to chime in. So with regard the last comment about no play yard, it is a tight site. There wasn't room for a play yard. There, as was noted in the report, there is a dog park as well as a half-court basketball and some other hardscape play area. However, I will note that within the Metro Plan area, particularly in this neighborhood, there is a very large park planned just to the east. And when Sango Court and Tarab Court are connected, there will be, it's within probably less than 1/10 of a mile, very easy walking distance to a very large park with that will include playground equipment there. There are ADA parking spaces in the parking area. There's, Michael, I don't remember the exact number. They're right up against the front of the building. I think there's 4 or 5 spaces there. Is that correct?
Oh, go ahead, Alan.
No, there are 4 spaces. Yes, 4 van accessible spaces per state code.
I meant in the parking garage.
Those are in the parking garage, Ms. McDonald.
And then was there one more concern? I didn't, those were the 2 concerns I wrote down. And I think, was there one? Oh, the setback in the back. There is a 23-foot setback. So the majority of the building meets the minimum 20-foot setback. It's just that top story, the top 17 feet that would, under task, would be required to be set back an additional 10 feet, but it goes all the way up. So that is the waiver that is requested under the state density bonus law for the building.
I was asking about the fire department.
Oh, yes.
To access the upper floor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, our fire safety department has reviewed this plan. Actually, from the beginning, it was one of the first items that we had several rounds of discussion. There was a full fire lane behind the building, and we worked with the fire department to modify that. They will be able to access the entire back of the building. Some of the play area and the picnic ground are built so that the fire truck can actually access in the back. But fully reviewed and approved by our great Milpitas planning or fire safety division.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our Director, Ned Thomas. All right. I think we answered all the questions from this commenter. We're moving on to the next commenter. We have William Corby.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Welcome.
So I'm Bill Corby. I'm a resident here in Milpitas over 30 years and a member of a couple of the Informed Citizens Group and Voices of Milpitas and so on. What I like to comment on is I listened to the whole presentation. There's a lot of well thought out things, but parking really sticks out to me. The parking waiver just doesn't seem right. 48 parking spaces, you throw in the lifters even, you're going to have 158 bedrooms. And people are going to use cars. People just need cars. They're going to use them. And what that means is there's going to be over 100 cars overflowing into the neighborhood. And the way this usually goes is they'll go as far as a quarter mile. And they're going to be impacting businesses, other residences, and so on. I think there needs to be some serious thought about increasing parking. It's great there'll be a lease item on it, but that's just going to restrict it inside the building. People are going to get cars and they're going to park them outside. It's going to create a lot of issues in the neighborhood. Requires very strict permit parking and that type of thing just to manage it. The thing that stuck out was the notifications only went out 300 feet. And this is going to impact residences up to a quarter mile if you're going to have over 100 cars looking for parking spaces. So other than that, I thought it was a good presentation, a well thought out project. But the parking thing really needs to be thought about, how we can mitigate that, how we can take care of it some other way, or find space somewhere temporarily for people to park. And that's all I have to contribute. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Bill. Glad you're with us tonight. Hope all is well. Next up, we have John Dahl. And we'll get your microphone here. Give us, pardon me, a moment. John Dahl, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, terrific. Well, we do need more low-income housing, and my wife and Barbara and I are glad to see the plans for Sango Court, but it does need more parking as a practical matter for both residents and visitors. As Bill said, there would be a total of 158 bedrooms, and as a general housing rule in California, 2 people are allowed per bedroom, plus 1 more person per unit. But even if there were only 1 person per bedroom in these 158 bedrooms, 48 parking spaces is just going to be highly inadequate. And I know there may be 20 some more in the form of a mechanical parking stacker, and that would be a possibility, but it still falls far short of the need. Essentially, the people with cars who live there, whether they have to drive to and from work or run errands, whatever they need cars to do, deserve the same safe and convenient parking as other nearby residents. Those are our comments, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Great seeing you. Next up, we have Yoli Garcia. Welcome, Yoli, and we're getting your microphone. Well, welcome.
Hi. I'm Yoli Garcia. I'm a longtime resident of Milpitas, and I just have I want to say the presentation is a good presentation. I enjoyed it. I'm very happy that we are getting more low-income housing built in Milpitas. That's very much needed. My question is, because it seemed like all the parking, of course, parking is always an issue everywhere, but it seemed like the parking was for all the tenants. So is there separate parking for employees, or are they expected to take public transportation? Other than that, that's my question. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Yoli. Solid question there. Mike Kelly, can you help us out?
Sure. Alan, are you there? Do you want to speak to the employee parking?
Yes. So I agree. Excellent question, Ms. Garcia. So actually, the employees are going to be residents of the project. So we have 2 assigned managers units, and the parking plans or assignments are usually worked out, much later on, usually close to the end of construction. But I would imagine, and Mike can maybe speak to this, that the managers would have assigned spots.
Yeah, the other thing I would add is, it's a tough balance, right? I mean, state law does say that you can do, I think it's a half a unit or half a spot per unit. So that's what state law provides, and it's a balance because the city wants as many. I speculate the city would like to see as many affordable housing units as possible, like most cities do, but it's parking that drives density. That's what drives it, right? So, I mean, our initial plan was slightly less than this. We were almost at 100 units, right? Because state density bonus law would have allowed us to go up there, right? But parking was a concern. It was loud, so we actually reduced the density. So we try to strike that balance.
We hear you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mayor. We're going next up here, Russell Lee.
Okay.
All right, can you hear me now?
Welcome.
Hi, Russell Lee here. I would like to echo Mr. Corby and Mr. Dahl's comments regarding the parking issue. It's really a very serious issue to the neighborhood, as it is already pretty packed, as the planner Fasadi already highlighted. The area is high density, so parking has been a very challenging issue over there already. So this really needs to be addressed. A couple of questions though. In the plan, you mentioned, Planner Fasadi, that the parking restriction will be enforced, but I'm questioning how is this going to be enforced? By the property management company or by the local law enforcement? And number two is appreciate the fact that there are thoughts around putting stacker parking spaces. Exactly how many more spaces will be provided through the stacker parking, and why are they not in the plan? And thirdly is, if we still run out of the spaces after all the stacker being installed, what are the other options to allow more parking space? Thank you.
That's 3 questions. Thank you very much, Russell. Let's go back to Mike, Kelly, and Alan.
Alan, I don't know if you want to capture any of those.
So Mr. Lee's second question was regarding the stackers. If they are installed, it would be an addition of 28 stalls. His first question was regarding parking management on the streets. I'm certainly not qualified to speak to that. Maybe Mr. Fasadi can answer that. And then I'm sorry, the third one has slipped my mind. If somebody could fill me in.
All right, let's go back to Russell. Come on, let's get our pens out. Russell, can you ask the third question again? And we'll bring you back here with the microphone. I love the format, by the way.
Okay. What options we have if still run out of space after all the stackers are being packed?
Well, certainly after the stackers are installed, that would be our last resort in terms of additional parking, short of finding parking offsite, perhaps on a temporary lot, or working with the city to find additional spots on a different parcel.
And the other thing I want to add is, we care about parking as much as anybody else, right? We don't want our tenants or anyone else to have a parking issue. If there's a parking issue, we have a problem. Everybody has a problem. So we manage it ourselves. The city obviously will have a legal right to get involved if there's an issue and, implement stacker programs and things like that. But as tenants apply or possible prospective tenants apply, they will know whether or not a parking spot is available to them or not up front. So it's at that point they will assess if they want to be a tenant or not. And they do choose to be a tenant and they violate the requirements that we have, like, there's no spots available for them, or they're bringing 2 cars and there's only 1 spot available, something like that, then they risk losing their unit. And as Mike Fasadi said previously, which is a very astute comment, is that these spots, these units are very, very competitive. I mean, just in a project down the street from you guys, we had 25,000 applicants for just over 100 units, right? So they're very competitive. People don't want to screw up their lease agreement. So I think that's a very relevant point.
Okay, great. Russell, is that good? Is that all the answers to your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for being here with us tonight. I just want to take a moment to say I love the hybrid format we have and the ability for folks at home to just be here. Next up, we have Rekha Pardeshi. Hey, how you doing?
Hi,
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rekha Pardeshi, and I am not going to repeat all the points that the previous people spoke, but I do have the same concerns about parking and other issues. But additionally, I wanted to know how the planning has included a futuristic look into this, or how they have planned long term for electric cars, because California is going to enforce electric cars very soon, and a lot of residents may want to have electric cars. And are there going to be enough charging stations for the tenants there? How is that going to work out?
That's a great question. I like that. Alan?
Yes, that is an excellent question, Ms. Pardeshi. So when the project is built, it will have about 8 assigned electric vehicle parking stalls, and then we are going to have connections for, I believe, 19 or 20 more as state law changes, and those will need to be installed in the future. So the garage will be built with the capacity to turn over half the stalls into electric.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. Thinking forward. I like that. Okay, great. Rekha, is that all the questions you had?
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for giving your time here tonight. I love Milpitas. All right, next up we have Frank Bush.
Hello. I too enjoy this presentation. It's very informative. I like the construction method and the plans, but I am concerned about access to the high density housing from public transit. And it doesn't seem like it's very convenient. I mean, BART is, the big one and has the most connections, but it's a half a mile away. And, people have different types of work hours, so they might have to walk, in the dark there, to the transit center or away from it. Is there any plan for like any kind of shuttle service or anything like that, since you'll have quite a few people working there or living there and having to go off to work? And then in the one of the plans I saw, there's also a 355 Sango Court project plan, and is that still going forward, and how will that impact the parking there as well?
Thank you very much for the questions, Frank. We'll go back to Alan again.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Regarding the 355 project, that's not one of our own, but my understanding is that it's still going forward. I don't know much about that project other than, looking at the plans myself, but perhaps the city can answer more to that. Regarding transit and night issues like that, that would be something that if it became a problem, within the first 6 months or a year, TPC, being the long-term owners of this project, would probably have to sit down with the city and discuss potential options and solutions.
Okay,
I'd
great.
also add, as Mike Fasati indicated, that we do plan to sit down with VTA and provide passes in a fashion that makes sense for the tenants and all that. So that's something that we'd be providing the tenants on our dime.
Thank you very much, Mike. And the location is very clear, and the proximity to the public transportation system that I can add. But okay, great. Let's go. Any further virtual raised hands, folks that are tuning in with us virtually? Gotta love technology. I really appreciate all our residents. I see all your names tonight, and it's very heartwarming to kind of move this city forward together. So appreciate it. Okay, I don't see any further comments from the Zoom. Looking around the chamber, I don't see anybody else. Okay, gonna get close to closing the public hearing here. And going once, going twice, looking around 3 times. I don't see anybody else. I'll go ahead. If there's no objections, I'll look to close the public hearing. I'm hearing no objections. The public hearing has now been closed for item number 15. Okay, let's bring it back up to the dais. I want to check in with Mike Kelly here. Mike, I have a shared concerns as you do, Mike, with your project having a budget and my city having a budget. I don't think either one of us is in much of a better position than the other. And part of my fiscal responsibility to the city is ensuring that our art funds and all the funds we have and the art fund is funded. And Mike, I want to ask you if you'll fulfill the art fund requirement rather than the yellow image that you're showing. It's really important that our city's funds aren't at a very low amount. Let me check in with our deputy city attorney, Walter Rossman. Hey, Walter, can you let us know how much dollars are in our art fund? And he's coming up right now, folks. He's in the building, Walter Rossman. And we'll save our applause for him. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. So the art fund probably has a balance of about $900,000, but the council really wants to establish a very robust public arts program. So I appreciate your concerns regarding the funds.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Walter. Yeah, we got a lot of things happening in our city, and I know the art fund may not sound as important as the water fund or the sewer fund, but the art fund is important. We have a number of projects that benefit the community, and there's a lot that we're looking to do in the transit area specific plan with art, seeing how there's a lack of park space, I think, relative to other areas of our city. And so, Mike, what kind of detriment would it be for you not to get the art fund waiver?
Yeah,
or the
sure.
art fee waiver, yeah.
Yeah, no, understood. That's fair. I get it, right? I mean, all these things matter. It just with affordable housing, not asking the city for any money at all, not asking the state, that kind of thing, right? So it could be death by 1,000 cuts. So that's fine. I guess one thing I'd ask you is, the way our valuations are based for affordable housing, I'm off, but I think I'm close. I think the estimate, I'm sure there's someone there that correct me, but I think it came in like around $250,000. So I guess I would just ask you, I mean, if the council's okay, you guys okay, like splitting the baby and say 150?
I'm pretty sure. We don't really bargain in this town. This is dollars going to our folks, our residents. You've heard from a number of residents tonight. These are folks that are deeply rooted in this community and are here with us virtually right now. And the messages were pretty strong.
I'm
Yeah.
good. We'll pay it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. So, tonight I'm going to support this project. And I'm going against everything I've ever stood for over the last 4.5 years. I want to talk about the parking, which is kind of the elephant in the room. We understand that due to state policy, the parking is what it is. And people are saying there's no parking. Well, you're right. There is no parking. Absolutely is no parking. But if I had to choose any location in town where there's a parking situation like this, it'd be Single Court. It's literally a block away from the BART station and the light rail. And I really put myself in that experience. And folks that I hear from, residents, talk about the 100 extra cars. Yep, you're right. That's kind of the worst case scenario, if not worse. And that's true. I'm not here to argue with the reality. I'm going to shoot it straight forward with residents and agenda items such as this project. But if you look around the whole sort of radius of the parcel, there's no parking there anyways. Folks are going to have a hard time. The city of Milpitas has already instituted new updated parking regulations over there by the Great Mall and the BART station. That street parking is not even street parking. I think we're putting meters up out there. We probably have to bring some quarters and things. And so it takes me back to my personal experience when I lived in New York City, and the cost of housing was the most expensive until Silicon Valley sort of took over. And I would have gave an arm and a leg to find an affordable housing, low income apartment, and totally gave up my vehicle. Did a lot of walking. Probably was about 30 pounds less than I am right now, doing a lot of walking in New York. But unfortunately, I had subways and trains to get around, along with cabs, taxis. And I think that, this project is going to help out a lot of those folks who are going to say, I'm going to give up my car because I'd rather have a place to live. And really, Sango Court is the closest 1 block away to the BART and the light rail, which opens up tremendous opportunities. Obviously, cars will take you to Yosemite or Shasta, but that's different. These are working class people. And I think that there is no parking. I'll say it again, there's no parking, but not enough parking. But, folks are going to have the public transportation system. And that's really it. And they're 1 block away. Folks are going to be forced. I mean, they really have no choice but to not have a vehicle. Just take a look at the map. But I will repeat on the record, there's no parking. I'm not going to beat around the bush or anything like that. I'm going to tell you right now, there's not enough parking. But really, the deciding factor is the 100% affordable housing. One of the biggest mistakes in the history of this city, going back the last decade, in the transit area specific plan, getting rid of 50% of our industrial zones, but also putting in a whole bunch of residential high density with how many affordable housing units? None. So you're looking at over 7,000 You're looking at over 7,000 units that were approved. I believe 0 affordable housing, literally 0. And that's a disgrace to Milpitas, and that's a scar on Milpitas forever. And so as I sit here in the chamber, trying to make the best decision to put Milpitas families first in my 5th year, I'm thinking about this project. This is the largest affordable housing project that has come across this desk and dais in front of me. And this is really the best, most viable, feasible, realistic, happening now affordable housing project in the transit area specific plan. All those apartments in the transit area specific plan are going for probably about 5,000. All those condos in the transit area specific plan are going for 1.3. And there's 0 units in there for affordable housing. And this project will bring in 100%, 100%, 100% affordable housing. I'm just repeating myself for the Milpitas Post so I can read this article in a couple of days. And so I just want to state for the record, this goes against my whole parking mentality. This is like opposite of anything I'd ever do. I've never done something like this with the number of parking spaces per unit, per bedroom. It's one thing to look at it with the units, but gosh, you got 3-bedroom units. I get it. So to our residents, I get it. The numbers don't make sense, but I think, with state policy, it's really driving a lot of this project. I don't think this project would be happening under Mike and Alan if the state policy wasn't what it was. But it's 100% affordable housing in the transit area specific plan, which has 0 affordable housing. I believe every neighborhood in Milpitas should have affordable housing. And this is that project to do it. Folks are really going to have to walk. Folks are really going to have to take Ubers. Folks are really going to have to walk some more. And so I want to thank Mike Kelly and Alan and the whole team they have for stepping up with the art fees. I don't do any tax breaks or anything like that. And I'm not saying it's a tax break, but in my mind, I feel like it's a little bit of a tax break. So for him to step up here tonight, that means a lot too. I'm not sure what that art installation was on that building, but I really appreciate the art fees. Let me ask about the replacement trees real quick here. Upwards to 18 replacement trees, Alan, is that what you said? And maybe let's take a look at the ground because, trees make a big difference.
Yes, that's correct. Our landscape architect isn't on, but my understanding is that yes, our plan has 18 trees specified for the site.
So that's happening, 18 trees?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I had to ask again, but so anywho, to our residents and to our city, I will be supporting this project. It's a 100% affordable, and over the last 4.5 years, I've been sitting here. We've been doing piecemeal affordable housing. You know, a couple units here, 4 units there, maybe a dozen units there, and this one's a big haul of 100% affordable housing. And you know, I think when I look at Mike Kelly tonight, he's really standing on that. This is 100% affordable housing, and he's doing his best to let everybody know that these are working class families that will be housed here. Who knows? Maybe he'll house a Rancho middle school teacher, and they could ride their bike over to Uplandis or through South Milpitas Boulevard to Yosemite up. You never know. But this is 100% affordable housing. This is something I also campaigned on. This is a very important topic, and a lot of people committed to affordable housing. If this wasn't affordable housing, it would be a definite no. I'm not going to put any word before no, but it'd be a definite no. I'll use the word definite, but it'd be a definite no if it was not 100% affordable housing. And it's certainly tucked away in single court. I don't think we'll be able to see it. Not even barely driving by. So I will go to my council now. Okay, next up here, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I think this project is obviously a long time coming. We've been in need of affordable units for quite some time. And I foresee us to continue working towards getting our housing stock up to par. I do have mixed feelings about this project here tonight that I guess I kind of share with the mayor. I do want to offer kind of a different perspective though. Because it's an affordable housing project, it makes me more inclined to not support it for a number of reasons. And here's why. Oftentimes, affordable housing has a stigma that it is second-rate housing or housing that is not comparable to market rate housing. So whenever an affordable housing project comes before the council for approval, I hold it to the exact same high standard that I would want to hold any other market rate housing project. And so with the art debate, I do hope that the applicant follows through with the commitment because affordable housing tenants, affordable housing residents deserve public art, deserve a high quality of life just like anybody else. I would hate for a project, even if it is an affordable housing project, to not allow its residents access to the same amenities that any other project would have. And that applies to public art, that applies to parking. So I do have a number of questions as it pertains to parking. Can we go over again, well, one, what is expected of the applicant to provide in parking spaces, and also the projected number of residents that will be, residing here?
Sure, I can talk about some of the parking requirement and some of the parking strategies that we have suggested or recommended or negotiated, if you will, to increase the number of parking spaces here. And then I may look at the developer to say, their anticipated number of residents for the 85 units. So again, as was presented under the state density bonus law, a 100% affordable project is allowed, is given a parking rate, a minimum parking ratio of 0.5 per unit. So as was shown in the slide, under the regular task standard, the project would actually require 140 parking spaces, but state law sets aside our local standard and imposes upon the city the 0.5 parking standard. So they could actually build this with just 43 parking spaces, but there's enough room, and so they've added those additional 5 spaces in there. So we have 48 parking spaces. And we looked at a number of different designs and where we might add a few additional parking spaces, but when it comes right down to it, they're only required to do the 43, or in this case 48 parking spaces. But in talking to this some more, for example, the 355 Sango project, another 100% affordable across the street that was approved by the council back in 2018, it employed the same strategy to increase the number of parking, or they also had a parking reduction because it's 100% affordable, and they agreed to add the parking, or add the parking stackers. So for this one, what we have proposed and what the condition requires is that once the building is completed and occupied, if there begins to, we want to test it and see, will the strategy, for example, of having the limited parking included in the rental or in the leasing agreements, does that limit the number of parking? People in the desire to have an affordable unit next or near the transit center, will that indeed reduce the parking? Will offering a program for free or subsidized transit passes, will that limit the parking? So if those things don't work, we can do a parking study to see how many stackers are needed. It may be that all of the additional parking space, the additional 26 parking spaces are needed. If that's what the parking study shows, then the city will require the developer, the owner, in this case, the permittee, to install those additional parking spaces via parking stackers. And so at this point, though, we're only requiring them to make the parking lot stacker ready so that it has the adequate height and then all the electrical and the things that were covered in the presentation. So those are some of the strategies that we're employing here. And I will add, I just wanted to say that it is consistent with the previous approval across the street for 355 Sango. Exact same approach was taken there. And the idea of having reduced parking is consistent with the vision and the goals of the Milpitas, the transit area plan, as well as the metro plan. And while it doesn't, it's a little bit hard to envision now because Sango Court is still in its current, the way it has always been built as a cul-de-sac. The plan does call for that roadway to be expanded and to connect through to Tarab Court. And then more importantly, the plan also calls for South Milpitas Boulevard to be extended to the south. There will be a new bridge over Penitencia Creek. And so right now it's 0.5 miles over to the transit center. But once that bridge and those planned roadway improvements go in, it will be even closer, probably just a 5 or 10 minute walk over to the BART station. So this neighborhood becomes directly accessible to the Milpitas Transit Center. So it makes it a highly desirable place to live and to have a building with a limited number of parking spaces, because the whole idea behind the task is that we would create neighborhoods where people can live and then take transit rather than drive in their cars. So it's consistent with that. I won't go on anywhere. Hopefully, if that helps to answer some of the
a little bit
questions.
Now, with those stackers in place, how much would that actually accommodate for?
So they would add 20, if they added all of them, my understanding is the capacity would be 26 additional spaces for a total of 78 parking spaces.
78. And you mentioned that a study would be in place to test whether or not parking would be would require adjustments. Does the space itself, the subterranean lot, does it have the physical capacity to actually increase available parking spaces? Because my concern is you're doing this, they would be doing a parking study after the fact. And if the physical space doesn't actually allow for it, what are you going to do?
Yeah, that's the condition is written so that they will make the building stacker ready. So it will have the adequate height and it will have all the infrastructure there to support the additional, they just won't actually install the stackers. And the condition is written so that the city has sole discretion to decide whether or not additional stackers are needed. And the idea was floated that we would, well, how does the city determine that? And that we would do that through the parking study.
Okay.
We would want that to back up our decision.
Thank you. See, that's where I'm usually not very opinioned in regards to parking spaces for projects in general. But, folks who live in affordable housing units, they have needs as well, transit needs as well. And I want to make sure that that's addressed appropriately. So there was mention of the transit passes. Is there indication as to how many will be available?
Yeah, that was a question that the developer also posed to us. And they were concerned that they would have to just have an unlimited number of passes available to whomever asked for those. The way the condition is written is that we, during the from now until if it's approved until the time that it is built and occupied, we'll continue to work with the developer. And I think what I would like to do is to have city staff facilitate a conversation between this developer and, say, VTA on programs that the VTA may already have available for lower income households. And if that's available, if that type of program is available, then the developer is required to make that program available to its and promote that to its residents and its employees who are, the employees are residents of the project.
Is that a condition of approval?
And that's a condition of approval. And if the program doesn't exist, then I would like to work with VTA to say, hey, we, in Milpitas, we're forward thinking. We would like to work with VTA to provide that, not only for this project, but for other affordable housing projects that we hope will be built in the transit area.
Thank you. It's antithetical to my fundamental beliefs to not support housing. So, I have a dilemma that's kind of like contrary to what the mayor has, where I have major reservations about this project, but at the end of the day, my fundamental beliefs, I still do support housing, and I do think that the addition of 100% affordable units is always a good thing. I just expect the applicant to produce a high quality project, as I would expect any project, whether it be affordable housing or not. So I hope that the applicant can commit to that. I'm not sure if it's financially feasible to alter the project in a way that would allow for something like a play structure, as one of the residents mentioned before. But if it is, I think that would certainly go a long way for the families that are living there to have access to that kind of amenity. But ultimately, I have very mixed feelings about this project, and I'm still weighing it out as we move forward with deliberation.
Great, fantastic. All right, next up we have the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, I really like the project, the architect. It's compatible with the other surrounding structures in the area. And I like the fact that it's near transit. And I know I've been hearing about folks calling in about parking, but see, the whole purpose why you have these density bonus densities is because the state is trying to reduce air pollution, which is, climate change, and we have to take bold steps. This is the start. I look at our polar caps are melting. There's wildfires, there's floods. I mean, a lot of it's because of our carbon footprint. So it is important. And what I love about this, it's 100% affordable. People will trade their car to have a place to sleep, to have a place to live that's affordable. And, I really believe this is a great, great project, and we need this. It's so important. And a lot of people, some people don't have cars. I mean, and the thing is, it's the beauty of it is it's near transit, and we're going to be putting pathways and bikeways, and there's, from my understanding, a bridge right there near there. So it's just going to take time, but it's going to get there, and it's going to be all connected. That's the beauty of it. So the other thing I had a question on. Oh, and I also love the bicycle parking. What do they call them? Bicycle storage or racks in there. That's great to have that. And also to the applicant, when you do the assessments, when for when you do your leases, make sure you disclose that there has to be disclosures about the parking. And also, I serve on the VTA board, and they do give out VTA passes for low-income residents. It's a given. So you will have that. Also, what else did from when I spoke to, I think all of us spoke to Mr. Kelly. And I recall him saying, because I had asked him about a homework center, because I love how everything is inside, it's enclosed. And I asked about a homework center or some kind of resource center, family resource center. He said there was going to be one, but I didn't see it in the plans. Is that still in there, Mike or
Yes.
Alan?
Yeah, so we have a community room.
Yeah, community room.
Yeah, so that is in there. And then our nonprofit partner will be providing services that include, after school programs, homework services and things like that.
See, and who could be against that? That is it's what I love about it is the social programs, the after school services, and you're going to have a nonprofit working with students and so forth. And then I also like that when everything is connected, there's a park. So they're not going to be all by themselves. It's going to be a great place. Again, it's the affordable piece that is so important, and we need this in our city. Mike, and I recall you mentioned about the art fund, but I'm the author of the arts ordinance, and it's dear to my heart, and I really, really feel that we need to have that. It's important to have that art fund because not only do the residents benefit, but also the whole community, the whole city benefits from that. Also, are you going to have, since you are going to be having those plugins, so electrical car plugins, electrical stations, are you going to be having some type of solar paneling on your buildings? So
that was answered earlier, but we can hear it again, Alan.
I didn't hear the solar paneling.
Yes. So,
Okay.
Vice Mayor, we will have an area set up on the roof for solar paneling in compliance with current state law. And those will be installed at a later date.
Okay, great. Let me see what else I booked. Oh, yes. And I also had the opportunity to attend a facility. It's called Narrow. They're automated vehicles. And I was wondering if I think the future is for new architectural buildings to have a sort of a cul-de-sac when they drive up and they're waiting for their food to be dropped off, a certain service delivery. I'm wondering if you have that in your, or if you have that in your future plans. And also, like when people pick, what do you call them, like a Lyft or
Rideshare.
Or one of those. Do you have somewhere that they can easily be picked up or dropped off? That
Sure.
Maybe consider that as in your project. But I just want to say that I think this is very important to have affordable housing. It supersedes. And then those of you that have taken sociology know about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Habitat is so important. You got to have a place to live. I mean, a vehicle is secondary, but you got to have a place to lay your head and sleep. So that's it. I really like this project. Thank you.
Love to hear it. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And I want to follow up with what you said. Yeah, rideshare is one thing. I'll be super straightforward. What are folks going to do about groceries? You hear that a lot. Maybe some Instacart, or, really getting a wagon or something. It's taking a walk to Trader Joe's, and we do have the fields that's developing. That'll be mixed use. Just right across the street, right across Montague. There will be some food options there as well. And so you got Trader Joe's, you got the fields right next to the McDonald's Chevron, across the street from the McDonald's Chevron at the Great Mall. That's going to have some food options. And then you got the Instacart. And folks are going to have to make some business decisions if they want to live there. There's no street parking. The cul-de-sac, single court? I don't think so. Montague? I'm afraid not. Great Mall Parkway? Yeah, right. And so folks will really have to make a business decision living there. And if it's going to be for working folks, affordable housing, I think I'm okay with that. 100%. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I'm going to be brief. And I know it's 100% affordable housing. That's a given. Everybody's talked about that. One thing that is really good also, it's no city or county funding required for this one. And I also, for disclosure, I Zoom met with Mike Kelly and staff about this project. And the question I asked them was, have we exhausted everything to address the parking issue? And based on tonight's feedback, we have. We have the leasing agreement that requires the tenants, that make them aware, like the mayor said, that there's no parking. And if they do violate that leasing agreement, they're not going to be living there. Number two, the effort to provide passes for mass transit. And the other one that I kind of like as well is the parking study. And I want to tighten that parking study and to make sure that the parking study is done 6 months after completion of the building and full occupancy. I want that done because it will dictate what we have to do next. If we have to deliver more stackers. And the other one that I want to point out, which I discussed with Mr. Kelly, is I want to market this project mainly for our residents, for Milpitas residents. I want the opportunity for residents to have the first option to be able to be housed there. And I know Mr. Kelly with their other projects, because it's not funded by the city, it's not funded by the county. We're not required to cater to marketing this to other cities. So I'm focusing on how can we have more Milpitas residents housed in this project? Somebody answer that one from?
Yeah, we'll go to Mike Kelly here. I know there's a lot of different stipulations with the funding and pool of applicants, but Mike.
Yeah, so it's not common that I raise my hand to add another condition to one of our projects, but I don't mind. And I think it frankly would be good for all of us and the project if we add a condition that we create a marketing plan and have it approved by the city. That's something that we do with almost every city that we work in that does supply local subsidy. Just as you can imagine, cities that, provide local subordinate financing, they really want to take care of their own first, right? But at the same time, we do have to be compliant with fair housing law. And that's where the marketing study or strategy comes into place, the marketing plan, I should say. And so there are strategies and tactics that can be employed that is consistent and complies with fair housing law, but also is aggressive to the tenants of this specific jurisdiction. So we can market to the schools, for example, right? We can market to your grocery stores. Some cities advertise on their websites, strategies like that. And so there's a variety of things that we can do there that would be consistent with fair housing law, but also be very targeted for the city of Milpitas. And I'm happy to employ that condition if you'd like to.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. I just want to personally thank you, Mr. Kelly, and also our staff led by Ned for working on this project so diligently. I know, Mr. Kelly, you've been so cooperative, all the suggestions from staff and all that, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I just want to point out, like for one bedroom, it's 846. For 2 bedrooms, the lowest one. 2 bedrooms is 1,024. For 3 bedrooms, it's 1,187. So our residents would be very happy to be able to rent there. And I would think it would deter, that incentive would deter more parking requirements, but I would like to see the parking study. And thank you, Ned, for leading this charge. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, Councilmember Chua. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much. And first and foremost, thank you to all who have been working on this project. I know that all of us are deeply committed in making a breakthrough on how we could really provide housing for all and not leave anybody behind in Milpitas. This is a historical moment in Milpitas. It is 100% affordable housing, and it's been done in other communities. I've been following the Mayfair Plaza project since inception in San Jose, and it's been an incredible success and for that community. And I echo the sentiments of Councilmember Chua, where we want to make sure that we do that marketing plan. So thank you very much for that idea. I think that's a great idea to ensure that we're marketing to get our working class into these units, because again, it's going to help prevent homelessness. Homelessness is no longer the individual who chooses to live that lifestyle 100%. Unfortunately, we live in one of the most expensive, if not the most expensive areas in our country. So it's an opportunity for our teachers, our working class to find a home. I do echo the sentiments of some of my colleagues in terms of the parking. I definitely think, though, that as we move through implementation of really designing a walking community and ensuring that there is a contingency plan with VTA, I do believe that there is going to be people that choose not to have a car because they may not be able to afford it, or they may want to invest that money somewhere else. We have seen that in other communities, and I think we could do something incredible to ensure that that happens here in Milpitas as well. So again, I also agree it's not enough parking, and that we should be providing the same equity standards across all of our developments. However, I do believe that this is, if I would have the opportunity, right, this isn't a 100% affordable housing. I just had a question about how much is a mural? Because this project would bring in $250,000 into our art fund, correct? And an average cost of an art structure or an art mural, I don't know. Vice Mayor, I know you are the liaison for it. Do you just, I mean, approximately? Okay. Just depends. Yeah, is there an average price of just ballpark?
Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening again. So let me quickly talk about what we do with the art fund. We install new projects, we go through a process, and we also maintain existing art fund. Excuse me. We also maintain existing art projects, and we fund the staff which supports the art program. So that's what the funding goes to. So now coming to your question, the mural, we think about it's about $12,500 for a regular mural. If you do some more place-making art piece, is always more expensive.
Okay. I mean, in an idealistic world, I would say let's all chip in and let's give him half. I mean, he is doing something that we have never seen in any city, which he's not asking for any money. And that is, for me, that shows commitment on behalf to Milpitians, right? The commitment this team has to make sure that affordable housing. And so in the future, it's just something to think about, you know, as the council members and leaders of the city. How can we fundraise money to build those gaps, right? I think Councilmember Chua, you've done some work. Vice Mayor Montano, you've done some work. Mayor, you have some karaoke skills that you've done some amazing work lately. And, you know, Councilmember Fan has, you know, definitely also done his work in the past to make sure that we're, you know, all collectively working on this. But I think that we need to think outside the box. And we are all unfortunately incurring costs that is super high in California to build. And so with this 100% affordable project, that's just something that I'm thinking for the future. Again, how could we meet in the middle, especially when they're providing 100% affordable units. With that, I definitely look forward to the parking study. I think it does have to happen a little shortly after it's in full occupancy. The other thing that I would like to see is maybe in the application, just asking the applicant, right? Just starting to assess the issue in the beginning. So then that way we're adjusting accordingly, right? And just assessing, do you have a car? What's your mode of transportation? And then hopefully that helps us forecast a structured plan to face the parking challenges that all of us are facing in this community. And it's definitely something that we are all working committed in helping our community bring some relief. So thank you so much to all who have been working on this project. This is a historical moment in Milpitas, and Milpitas is leading the way. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I enjoy using my microphone. I want to add one more thing is just if this project wasn't located a block away from the BART station and light rail station, I would vote no on it, but the location is phenomenal. 1 block away. And if I could walk to school from Jacqueline to Thomas Russell back in the day, I know folks can walk over to our Milpitas BART station, which is the nicest station in the system. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, one of the things I forgot to mention also as a follow-up with Councilmember Chua, I did speak to Mike about having marketing to our residents, and then I connected him with the Milpitas Unified School District liaison because she works with many low-income families. And so Mike was very, he was purview to that, or not purview. He was open to that. So anyhow, so Mike and Norm and liaison Norman Morales have been speaking, so they're communicating. And I also spoke to Mike about possibly with our Sunny Hills apartments, we don't know where it's going, but if some of those residents might be displaced, they might have an opportunity, and he was open to that as well. So thank you for reminding me, Councilmember Chua. And with that, I would like to make a motion to approve this project.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you.
We have a
Mayor
motion on the
Tran.
floor.
Before you make your motion, Vice Mayor, I do support the 50% of the art fund to the applicant. I think we should show our appreciation of how well he worked with the city and how sincere the team is, and also working well with everybody. I will support that. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
And Mr. Mayor, there's one more issue that we need to have direction from the council on, and that is the request for deferral of payment of the impact fees in the transit area.
Yeah,
which we have done on other projects, but
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
That's typical. It's been great. The deferral has been great for partner. We're going to get paid. We're going to get the fee. We're going to get the fees. It's just a deferral. That's fine. Totally understand.
We'll need to add that. We'll add a condition.
Yeah, we'll have
into the. Okay, thank you.
We'll make sure we do that.
Mayor Tran.
Yes.
If I may, I also have two conditions, and that's the marketing plan and the tightening up the parking study, a definite date for the parking study, which is after completion of the building and full occupancy 6 months after. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
Mayor
very much,
Tran.
Councilmember Chua. I'm gonna have to ask you to help prioritize our art fund. Just like, we have an affordable housing fund. It's, within one night, it can go down to zero. And I think we need to advocate for our residents to ensure the art fund doesn't go to zero. We must do all we can. These funds are hard to come by, and Mike has committed tonight to supporting our city. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Fan. We do have a motion.
Yeah, I was just going to say I would want us to be consistent with our art fund and not deviate from what we've already established. I think it sets a bad precedence if we start, providing exemptions and concessions on that end.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Let's go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, to spell it all out tonight for item number 15, our last public hearing.
You read my mind, Mayor. Thank you for turning to me. So I have, and council can correct me if I'm wrong, but 5 potential either new conditions, modifications to conditions. The first would be a modification to condition 62 to add the public art fee requirement. The second would be a modification to condition 88 to delete subsection E, which gives them the waiver on the art fee requirement. We'd also add a new condition, if not already within the conditions, basically indicating that the applicant shall prepare a marketing plan for marketing the rental units, which shall be reviewed and approved by the city. We'd also add a new condition per our planning director indicating that the task fees would be paid at a certificate of occupancy versus building permit issuance. And that might require some modification. So I'd ask for some authority to staff just to make sure we're correcting all the conditions. And then finally, per Councilmember Chua, just a modification to the parking study requirement to be within 6 months of, is it opening, Councilmember Chua?
Occupancy.
6 months after full completion of the building and full occupancy.
Perfect. And so that would be the motion to adopt the resolution with those either modifications or additions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chris. And from there, we will go to recommendation number 3, which is to adopt the resolution and really approve item number 15. Let's go to the Vice Mayor once again.
So I'd like to, all that you said, Chris, is what I am recommending as a motion.
We got a motion by the vice mayor. We have a second by myself. All in favor. We're going to go down the line. Council member Chua.
Aye.
Council member Dominguez.
Aye.
Council member Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried. It's been approved. Congratulations, Mike and Alan and your whole team for your work and bringing us the biggest 100% affordable housing project in the transit area specific plan. It's actually one of the top 100% affordable housing in the history of Milpitas. Yeah.
Thank
All
you.
right,
very
have a
much.
great
We really
night.
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you. Changing our world. Thanks. All right, moving on here to community development. Item number 16. Let's receive a report on the community identification and brand study project engagement and outreach and provide direction on community mark logo. And we'll go to the agenda here. We have our public information officer, Charmaine Angelo.
And Mayor Tran and Charmaine, I apologize. We did get some notice from staff that we might have had a small noticing issue on the time for agenda item 12, which was the weed abatement item. One of the notices that went out might have indicated a 7 p.m. start time. So I just wanted to have the mayor ask the room as well as the Zoom platform to see if anybody is joining us to comment on agenda item 12. And if so, I would ask the council to reopen that hearing and potentially to reconsider the item.
Absolutely. Good eye. Okay. Item number 12, we want to make sure we have a fair public hearing here in the city of Milpitas to make sure every public comment is heard. And so if anybody's here in the chamber for item number 12, weed abatement, I'll look around the chamber. If there's any comments, looking once, going twice, going third time, no one here. Okay, well, virtually folks, item number 12, we're going back just for 1 second. If you would like to speak for item number 12 in the public hearing, weed abatement, raise your virtual hand. I don't see any virtual hands. Back to you, Chris.
I think you can proceed now, Mayor, with agenda item. I think it's 16.
Thank you very much. Charmaine, take it away.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, city staff, and members of the public. Tonight, I'm happy to share with you the results of our community identification and brand study public engagement and outreach work. Next slide, please. Next slide. I'd like to start by quickly walking you through the agenda. I'll begin by providing a brief background of the brand study, followed by a review of the top 3 contender logos, after which I'll be sharing the strategy and results of our public engagement and outreach initiative. I then follow this up with a proposed timeline, touch on the fiscal impact, the next steps, and close it out with recommendations. Next slide, please. So on May 19, 2020, Council provided staff direction to proceed with phase 2 of the brand study. Based on council direction, city staff and the consultant provided a presentation on the community mark logos top contender options at the May 4th, 2021 meeting. In the presentation, staff also shared the various community outreach initiatives lined up to help encourage public engagement and input on the community mark that will best represent the city of Milpitas. At the May 4th meeting, I also just wanted to share that council provided preliminary feedback on the logos and directed staff to bring back the community mark at a later time. Council also provided direction to not pursue any work on the city seal. Next slide, please. So I wanted to spend a moment to review the top 3 contender community marks. If you recall, each logo execution was inspired by stakeholder feedback from phase 1 of the brand study. So the spirit of diversity, crossroads, friendliness, exciting times, history, and the future growth of Milpitas are all represented in creative ways through these logos. So that's alternative A, B, and C. Next slide, please. In order to gain an understanding of the opinions and sentiments of the community towards a new modernized brand, the city implemented a multi-pronged public engagement and outreach program designed to reach various audience groups in the city. So you'll see on this slide the various components of our outreach plan, including relevant media presence. So we were covered by the major news outlets. We were also present in a lot of online activities like the senior night out, the senior movie night rather, as well as the performing arts concerts. We also had strategic partnerships with MUSD and the Santa Clara County Library District to help get the word out through their own channels. We also had email communications with our community-based organization partners, as well as the commissions. And so, long story short, we were very omnipresent and trying to reach out to all members of the community, including our employees, of course. Next slide, please. Participants who cast their votes were comprised of residents, about 70%, people who work in Milpitas, about 20%, and others who represent people who are tourists, people who work with the city, like vendors or contractors, about 10%. The slide before you shows the total votes by initiative, which shows the undeniable trend that indicates that the community's consistent preference for alternative C, which is at the last column. So the online survey was our primary medium for collecting feedback, as you see in the first row. The library was one channel where we garnered a lot of votes. That's in the last row. And in between these two are all the other engagement activities that I had mentioned in the earlier slide. We do have an outlier. I'll just point that out, but it's not a significant number. But it was interesting to see that in Fire Station 1, Alternative B secured the most votes. But overall, close to 60% of participants opted for Alternative C. Next slide, please. The qualitative feedback provided by the community is also a good example of how the community really expressed their preference for Alternative C. So let me just read a few of these quotes from community members. They said that, "I believe a mix of the history of Milpitas as well as symbolizing growth and forward progress will best suit the current Milpitas logo. Alternative C should be the town logo as it depicts the city's changing with the times. Alternative C demonstrates a beautiful harmony between nature and the people who call Milpitas their home, nature and people coming together." And then another quote that says, "Alternative C presents the city of Milpitas in a more meaningful way. I love it. Thank you." So hearing community members articulate their thoughts really help us understand why they gravitated towards Alternative C, which is the combined representation of the city's rich history and future growth. Next slide, please. So the question is, how does this all come to life? Upon receiving council direction on the community mark logo for citywide use, the consultant team will formalize the brand through the creation of a style guide. This will be a comprehensive document that will include a revised logo mark, the color palette, recommended fonts, and core brand elements. So we're recommending a multi-phased approach, which will be pursued in the application of the new community mark. The visual timeline before you illustrates some of the initial launch elements. If you look at August and September, these would be the months devoted to creating the style guide upon, of course, receiving City Council direction and applying it to various elements. The consultant will need between 45 to 60 days to develop the style guide because the team will have to apply the mark to a variety of items, including stationaries, flyers, posters, newsletters, and what have you. October is our soft launch, when we anticipate disseminating the style guide to both internal and external stakeholders. This period will help us build momentum for the city's Holiday Magic event happening at the end of the year. We also foresee that at this time, having the Rod and Robbie signage done in the fall, and also the inclusion of the community mark in upcoming economic development events, such as the annual Manufacturing Day. So these are just some examples of how we will breathe life into an approved community mark. Come November and December, you will see the community mark across the city, especially leading to the Holiday Magic event, through banners that will be on display, which marks the period when we officially launch the city's community mark. So, and from the soft launch, I just wanted to share that from the soft launch to the main launch period, we will be working on implementing what I would call a surround sound type of messaging around our community through media. So whether it's traditional channels, print, TV, radio, as well as online channels, working closely with different stakeholders and having a strong presence across the community. Next slide, please. So there are no additional consultant costs for phase 2 since these have already been encumbered. Any additional implementation costs will be brought forward separately as part of other projects and programs. Staff is looking at a phased rollout, as we mentioned, which means that any future costs will not be fully funded by the city. We're looking at grants and other opportunities, future CIP and development projects, as well as funding through mainstream initiatives. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, so as mentioned, upon receiving council direction, we will work closely with the consultant and we will work on creating the style guide, refreshing the city website and online channels, developing signages, and identifying other potential projects. And then also one thing to note is that once we receive approval for the community mark and it's finalized, staff will evaluate options for the tagline, including potentially retaining existing ones, such as Crossroads of Silicon Valley, Gateway to Silicon Valley, or developing a new one, which reflects the feedback we've received from community input. Next slide, please. So recommendations, I received report on the community identification and brand study phase 2. And the second piece is provide direction to staff on the community mark logo for citywide use. This ends the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Charmaine. Thank you very much. I would want to just give you kudos. In my 4.5 years I've been here, this is one of the best community engagement efforts, study or research, however you want to call it. You really hit the nail with the hammer and covered every single communications space or platform there is. I feel like I know how to reach out to people out here in town, and you certainly covered all the bases. And so I do want to give you kudos. It's one of the best outreaches I've ever seen while I've been in this building. I think I saw you last at Murphy Park with the Milpitas on stage and just tabling out there, and so great job. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, everything looks great. I think the third logo is a runaway. I think I was listening to the vice mayor actually. Shout out to the vice mayor. I was talking to her. I think we were having lunch, but she had mentioned maybe a couple minor tweaks to the logo. I'll let her explain it, but definitely in support of item number 3. And I think the vice mayor's got some good edits, not too big, but good edits to make. So you want to do a time check, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls who may be watching. Time check, 9:45, time check, and we'll go to the vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do like, I was telling the mayor that I really like number 3. However, I was thinking that leaf, since Milpitas is little cornfields, having a leaf of a corn stalk. But I don't know if it'll fit there, so the artist would know that more of that. And then here on the hillsides, we talk about rolling hills, but these are not rolling hills, these are mountains. So I don't know if you can smooth out one of those summits and make it a rolling hill. And I also like the bridge or the passageway, because that signifies a gateway to Silicon Valley is Milpitas. And it also represents industry. Ford.
The Ford factory, yeah.
So I really like that.
It also looks like the community center entrance.
Yeah, that's true. The community center.
Good, huh? Yeah.
And I like the Wi-Fi because it's high tech.
Yeah. Maybe throw that corn on the cob of the corn.
But I was thinking either the oak tree, because this used to be all oak trees with the acorn on there, or a cornfield or a corn stalk. But again, if the artists can make that rendition, show a couple of renditions. Are these the colors that we're proposing, the blue and the green? And because I'm thinking something more vibrant colors, like a blue green or. I don't
Right,
know. I took art appreciation at the university, so and then I know art is very subjective. So yeah, that's the way I was looking at it. The colors, something about the colors, they need to like pop, and they're not popping. But maybe that's just me. I don't know about you guys.
I think a majority of the folks that provide their feedback in the community don't mind the colors too much. But Charmaine, did you want to add, Charmaine?
I was just going to say that for the community mark that the community selected, it was designed to just be in those 3 colors, like different gradations of blue and green compared to the other logos. But it's certainly something that we can explore.
Absolutely great. Yeah, that'll be for another day and time. But let's go to the dais here. Next up, we have Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Vice Mayor, I love your ideas, but as a staff member, you would drive me nuts sometimes because we just did a whole, you know what I mean? We just did the whole process, and then we gave it to the community to give us their insight. And although I would love to support changing the colors, the community is going to be like, well, we kind of voted for that because it was already like that. So I would hate that. You know what I mean? I would hate that if one thing is like changed, then the community would be like, well, that's not what I voted for. And as the mayor said, it's been a very intense community process. And I'm just speaking as a staff member, the amount of work that has already gone into this, as much as I would love to support changing and modifying, I want to be very respectful of the community and the staff time. So, I mean, I think we could maybe do it in another thing, like leave the logo as the community voted for, and maybe in some of the other marketing pieces, just make sure there's like those elements that you said, because I do think those are important. I think the corn is important. I think the hill is important because it signifies what we are as a city. Yeah, we could do a mural or something. I would just, I can't, respectfully, I want to be very honest that, staff will never say no, but I want to definitely move this item forward so they can move forward with their timelines, and then we could concentrate on something else. So not sure if we could just move. I would personally like to move forward with the recommendation of what the community selected, which I actually loved it. I'm not bonded to the colors. I really like the design, and I think that the modifications definitely signify our city. And then maybe just food for thought, supporting the vice mayor's ideas, maybe in another concept, like a mural or some of the marketing that will surround the logo. But to change it, not because I don't agree with your idea, it's just I'm looking at it from the time that staff has invested. And I want to be very, very respectful of the community with the logo they select. Yeah, but okay. Yeah, well, here we are. Yeah, if that's okay. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I appreciate your consideration. And so I yield my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And to the public that are still with us, we will go to public comment as well. I know typically we'll go public comment first, but we're really trying to move this meeting along. So we'll finish up here on the dais and then we'll go to public comment. The council member fan.
Yeah, I want to be respectful to the public, and we did ask of them for their input. I think process-wise, if we were to make revisions, it would entail going through that process again. And me personally, I think the design is brilliant as it is. Major kudos to the artists and the team for coming up with this. at the end of the day, I think it really signifies, Milpitas's potential and where we stand today in the 21st century. If this is Iowa, or something, I can see where corn would be more of it has more of a significance into the kind of branding that the region would want. But times have changed. We aren't Corn Hub anymore. We are moving forward with a lot of opportunities on the horizon, and I think this really signifies that. So that said, I think the mayor wanted to proceed with public comments, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll go to public comment. If there's no further requests from the council, I do want to hear, first up, we have Barbara Navarro. Welcome, Barbara. Welcome.
Good evening. I know that during the survey, we were allowed to make comments about the logos that we were selecting. And I was wondering if they had gathered up the comments and for logo C, and if we could hear what some of the residents had said, because I recall that I had made a comment about the colors that I thought they weren't representative of the community. So anyways, maybe Charmaine can enlighten us and let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great point, Barbara. And Charmaine.
Yep. Thanks, Barbara, for the comments. So basically we had like over 500 participants in the online survey. And so in tonight's presentation, I highlighted just like a number of those comments. And unfortunately, the comment that you mentioned may not have been captured, but we do have that data available for us to pull. But for the most part, the general direction and sentiment from the community regarding alternative C was very positive. And those were the quotes that I highlighted in the previous slide.
Thank you very much, Charmaine. Next up, we have Rekha Pardeshi.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Charmaine, I want to appreciate you guys, and that was great job, great community involvement. So, and good pick for the logo. Vice Mayor Montano, I did like your observation about the corn. However, I think a leaf is good as well because it represents, green energy or climate. You mentioned climate change earlier, so it could represent us Milpitas trying to go green. Just my thoughts on that. But I think your historic view about it having a corn there was also a good idea. However, let's keep it futuristic and have the leaf there, just like all the people in this residents in the city have already voted for. I like the logo as it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rekha. Okay, looking for public comment in the chamber. No one in the chamber. Looking at the virtual Zoom for public comment. I don't see public comment. Any virtual raised hands from anybody that hasn't spoken for public comment for this item? Raise your hand now. Going once, going twice. I don't see anybody else. Okay, that's it with public comment. Back to the dais. I know how important this branding is to our community, and I certainly don't want to get it wrong and have to live with it and have people tell me that we messed up on it every single day for maybe 10 or 20 years. So I want to recommend to go with the vice mayor to do a second round of community engagement with logo number 3. So 3 in different variations, number 3 logo in different variations, maybe 3 other variations, or pardon me, 2 other variations. Let's do 3 different variations of number 3. Let's do another round. We have to get this right. This is an art piece, and if we don't get it right, that's just not good. And so whether it's adjusting the hills so that they don't look like Mount Shasta, so that doesn't look like Mount Lassen, so that it looks like our rolling Milpitas hills. That's what residents want. And I think that is something that we have to do. That looks like Mount Shasta. Doesn't look like the Milpitas hills. So I would like for another round and spend a little bit more time, maybe a few months or a couple months to get this right, so we don't have to deal with fiasco over the next 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years. This is definitely a sensitive subject people like to chime in with. And so that is my recommendation to the council, that we go back out there and get more community input. If we get this wrong, the residents certainly won't be pleased. And I believe residents will support taking our time more to get it right. And even with some of the things very strongly the vice mayor suggested. We haven't heard from Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. If I just, one of the iterations that I would like to make recommendation is to put alternate B inside alternate C, because alternate B has a lot of colors. So if we can do that.
Yeah, I just think the residents chose one of them. Yeah, you know what? I think it's possible if we're going to go another round, and let's try that. Let's put that font into the third. C. Mm-hmm. Yeah, to C, actually. I shouldn't call it as ABC. So we'll put Bravo's font into Charlie, and then we'll see how the residents like it. And then definitely for Charlie, we should look at adjusting the hills so that they're Milpitas hills rather than ice caps and things. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Yeah. I think the corn part is also, although it's not a land of cornfields, history is pretty important. And that's really the noun that's used for our city, Milpitas, right? So for us to not acknowledge that is kind of interesting. This is a city that was named for a reason at a certain time. So I would love to see the integration of a corn and give it a try for the community. Folks in this town, they do take pride in corn, believe it or not. So yeah, I think that's the input. Definitely not ready to choose a final one tonight. No way. Next up, Councilmember Fenn.
Question for Walter. So the agreement that we have with the consultants and the artists, how many revisions are included in that scope of service, and would furthering this process entail additional costs?
So I would defer to Ashwini and to Charmaine on the screen, because they're more familiar with the contract than I am.
Sure.
I can start. So to be straightforward, like we've already maxed out the number of revisions where we're at right now. In fact, Articulate Solutions folks have been very generous with their time because we've had several rounds. The total budget for the work, including developing the style guide and some of the signages, the total amount was about $90,000. As of today, we've already incurred about $43,000. So that's between that and the $42,000, that's what we have left, a little under $50,000. And so I would suspect that with another round, it would either eat up on what's remaining in our budget, which is allocated for something else. Ashwini, I don't know if you wanted to add.
Okay, let's go to Ashwini.
Thank you.
We have our assistant city manager, Ashwini. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Yes, so we have actually maxed out our budget, as Charmaine mentioned, because we did do many more revisions than we had initially anticipated. Obviously, we're happy to do that if that's the council direction. We would likely need to amend the agreement. And then I just wanted, again, if we wanted to take longer, Mayor Tran, to do this, again, council discretion, but just wanted to note that we wouldn't then be able to roll this out for the kind of the November and December events that we were looking at Main Street and some economic development events that we were really trying to get the rollout of this new look. So if we wanted to take a little more time, and the consultant did look, Vice Mayor Montano, you had given us feedback. The consultant did look at some of those options. We can bring those forward. They really didn't work very well with the design, but happy to bring those forward. Agree on the hills, that's an easy change to make. We also told them to look at some bright colors. And again, didn't work out great aesthetically, but we can bring that back as well. But Mayor, if you wanted us to kind of do another robust community engagement process, then yeah, we won't be able to roll it out in December. So just
and we'll have plenty of Decembers. We paid for a lot of their work, and if there's other versions that they've created that we haven't seen that are close to the Charlie logo, then we paid for it. Let's take a look. And I'd like to see that. We already paid for it. So, I think one thing I remember from the initial meeting with the artist or the designer, well, I believe I asked that, would they guarantee their work, a final product? And maybe I need to go back and look at the city council meeting video, but I think I was pretty clear that it's so important to get it right. And I believe I asked the artist and the designer, for this contract, if they would deliver on it. And something tells me that they agreed to that during that meeting that night that we had. So I got a couple of questions, but the designer does have other versions of the Charlie logo. And let's go ahead and bring that forward and take a look.
Yes, we'll do that, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is a decision that, let me ask somebody who wants to answer this question. Their current logo, how many years has that been in service? Well, it's kind of hard, huh? Probably 20 years. 20 years, I feel like. Yeah, so, this logo that we're working on, it's okay to spend a little more time if we're going to use it for a long time. Ashwini?
Yes. Oh, I didn't raise my hand.
Yeah, I see your virtual raise hand. Yeah,
sorry. Sorry.
Thank you.
Didn't mean to.
So let's see what we paid for. Let's see what we paid for. That's my recommendation, because I don't want to be that elected official walking around town and everybody telling me I screwed up on something. I'd rather take a little more time if it's available, and I think it's available. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Definitely, I want to be very respectful. My mom has always taught me just because you have $10 doesn't mean you have to spend it. And so I want to be very fiscally conservative and responsible during a time of a pandemic. The logo is important. There is aspects of creating the logo that we have gone through, community engagement. The people of Milpitas have spoken. There's been plenty of opportunities for the leadership of this team to just bring it back and give that feedback to staff, which I believe staff did an amazing job. We've already spent $43,000. That's almost, just because we allocated $90,000, what happens is then we're going to take away money from something else that's already been forecasted. So at this point, I want to be very mindful of the taxpayers' money. And I don't want to be that elected official walking around Milpitas that was overspending on creating a logo in the middle of the pandemic when we could be investing that money, one, in the forecasted schedule that it's already planned to be executed by the timeline that we all agreed on. Or we could potentially save money and then reallocate whatever's left into something else that is going to support the families during this pandemic. I can't, in a conscience mind, I can't justify sending this back to the design because I'm afraid of what someone is going to think. I think that ideas will always be countered by people in the city. It's just human nature. We're not always going to agree. But I actually think Milpitans appreciate when we don't agree and we just give the ability for them to respectfully give us their opinion, which I think we have done an amazing job. And you said it yourself, Mayor, this has been the most intense community engagement and the best job that we have seen in the last couple of years, which I echo. And so because, again, I want to follow the values of my mom that she taught me, just because you have $10, that doesn't mean you have to spend it. Spend it wisely. And I took an oath to spend the taxpayers' money very wisely. And it's a pandemic. So if I look at priorities, my priority is not to spend another $50,000 on reinventing the wheel and not respecting the public's wishes and changing the process. And so for me, I would like to have this item go through the line for a vote because I will not be supporting that item respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's disaggregate the data. Charmaine, can you pull up the public comments for logo C?
Like, you mean right now, Mayor? Or like,
I'll wait.
because
Yeah,
there's
absolutely.
Okay, give me a second. Because there's like 500 plus comments. So like
For
I
logo
think,
C, just for logo C,
Yeah.
let's hear it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just for it's like amalgamated, so it would be a bit dicey to kind of split it right now. So we would need more time, but like we could preview some.
Yeah, can we bring this item back to the next meeting? I want to postpone it because I'm not trying to spend more money. We don't have to. But at the same time, if 500 people are going to choose logo Charlie, they may all say they should change the hills at least. And so we have to disaggregate the data. It can't be a model sort of logo. It's more to it. So I'm going to move to postpone this item to the next council meeting. Let's get the feedback. It's art. We have to read the comments. You can't just put a tally mark and not have the expression of the people. And we have that information already. So no more spending money. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to postpone this item to the next regular city council meeting. Looking for a second. We have a second from Councilmember Chua. Going down the line, and we're not going to spend money on this one. Okay. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The item has been postponed. And let's keep it moving here. Item number 17, time sensitive. Review the proposed mural program, provide feedback to staff. And we have our Director of Recreation and Community Services, Renee Lorenzen. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's a pleasure to be back with you this evening. I am actually going to turn this presentation over to our Community Engagement and Inclusion Administrator, Tegan McLean, who is also the Staff Advisor for the Arts Commission. So I believe Tegan's popped on. I'm going to hand it over to her. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and fellow staff and members of the public. I'm happy to share with you a proposal for a mural program and invite the City Council to provide feedback to the staff. City Council directed that the Arts Commission develop a framework for a mural program at the March 16th meeting. And I actually can't see slides. Are the slides up? ITF, if you could be on slide 2, that would be terrific. Thank you. While they're getting that up, City Council did direct us to develop a framework for a mural program at the March 16th meeting. And you also spoke about murals at the June 1st meeting and mentioned an interest in a veterans mural. So the Arts Commission began discussing a mural program at their April 26th meeting. We presented options from various successful programs from other cities, and they discussed the elements that they felt would be most important for the Milpitas community. Next slide, please. The commission felt strongly that we should have murals throughout the city, not just concentrated in a single place, and they were interested in both public and private locations. They also discussed the idea of murals being determined as site-specific subject matter. So each mural would be independently decided what its subject would be. One addition that they made to the proposal was to include a QR code so that the public can get more information about the artwork and the artist. And they were very interested in a provision for community painted murals that would be overseen by a professional artist. So some way for the community to be involved in the process. The Arts Commission reviewed and unanimously approved a mural program proposal at their June 28th meeting. And that's what I'm going to present to you tonight. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the mural program is to promote mural activity reflective of the heritage, diversity, and aspirations of our community through engagement with muralists, property owners, community stakeholders, and residents. And of course, the mural that you see there is the one that we have in the senior center. And that's the only mural that we're going to show of our work. We're going to show throughout the presentation examples from other cities to just give you an idea of what a mural program can do. Next slide, please. The goals of the mural program are to support the creation of up to 4 murals annually through community engagement, to encourage mural creation as part of broader placemaking efforts throughout the city, to mitigate blight, graffiti, and vandalism, and to maintain murals with a focus on city-sponsored murals. Next slide, please. So for the purpose of our discussion, what is a mural? A mural is defined as the creation of a public art that is funded by public or private funds, and it can be on walls, streets, utility boxes, or other surfaces that are accessible to the public. So the mural that you see on this slide is a crosswalk mural. Next slide, please. And just to give you a couple other examples before we dive into the program, we have at the bottom lower left a traditional wall mural. As you move up and clockwise, you see an intersection mural that's really complex and extends into the streets all directions from the intersection. The center top is a utility box. We have utility box murals already in town. The upper right is an underpass mural, and the lower right is a bike lane mural. So just some different examples of the types of surfaces that murals can be installed upon. Next slide, please. So we're proposing a mural program that has an annual process in order to ensure long-term sustainable funding and something that we can accomplish with our existing staff capacity. We are proposing that the city produce up to 4 murals a year and go through a period of nominating and prioritizing mural spaces, use a process of pre-selecting artists, and then have a mural selection committee and some selection criteria for each mural that we are producing, and that we also come to City Council to request mural funding on an annual basis. In addition to the 4 murals that would be covered with the annual process, City Council could, of course, just direct staff to commission murals as part of this process or on an expedited timeline, depending on staff capacity. Next slide, please. The process for nominating spaces, we wanted to make it such that any resident, business owner, or artist could nominate a space that's publicly accessible within the city limits, and use a form where online people could submit a photo and an explanation of why the space that they selected and nominated is a possible subject matter and community involvement that could be incorporated into the mural. So we really wanted to give everybody an opportunity to suggest spaces. The 2 that you see on the side here are both residential neighborhoods. So murals can, and the bottom one, you can actually see the residents of that neighborhood working on painting the mural that they had created for their space. Next slide, please. So as we're considering how spaces can be nominated, it's important for us to keep in mind that the public art funds can only be used on murals that are on city property. And I know we've had questions from a variety of folks about the possibility of using the public art fund to install murals on private property. And there's the public art funds need to be used to purchase artwork for the public. It's not just accessible to the public, but it actually belongs to the public. So in order for us to use public funds for a privately owned space, we would need to work with the owner and actually gain access to the site through legal changes to the title. But it is possible with some changes, as we'll discuss a little bit later. For spaces that are owned by public agencies, the agency would agree to fund and maintain its own mural, but the city would coordinate the project for them and waive the project coordination fee. And of course, the example that we see on this slide is a mural that's on a private property. Next slide, please. We wanted to put in place a process for prioritizing the spaces that have been suggested by the public. And we are suggesting that that would go to the Arts Commission and they would consider the spaces that have been nominated in the following ways. Spaces that have multiple requests for the same site or neighborhood, obviously showing a lot of public support for a particular location, would rise in priority. They would consider the nominator's statement. They would need to mitigate, consider the need to mitigate blight and graffiti vandalism in that location, and potential for placemaking, positive impact on the community, and potential for community involvement. The Arts Commission would identify the spaces and themes and present them to City Council for approval. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing is a pre-qualified artists list. This is used in many cities to gather portfolios of a wide variety of artists and sort of see what's out there. And it would allow the art selection committees to look at the different styles and sort of narrow down who they'd like to invite to create a mural for their space. We would gather at a staff level price ranges and other information on the artist's willingness to involve the community in the design or painting, so that the selection committee has a really good sense of what is the artist's style and how would they be willing to work with us. Next slide, please. So the mural selection committees would be assembled for each particular project, and that's because we want to have a committee that is really in tune with that space and knows what's needed. So for a public property, we're suggesting one arts commissioner serve on the selection committee, and then 2 stakeholders. They could be tenants, neighbors, regular users of the building. If it's at another public agency, they could be representatives of that, and of course 2 residents. If it's a private property, the combination of folks on the selection committee changes a little bit, because we would definitely want to include the property owner as one of those people. So we would reduce the number of stakeholders, tenants and neighbors, that kind of thing. Next slide, please. Mural selection criteria. We want to make sure that it matches with the rest of our public art program. It's consistent with the purpose and goals of the program, suitable for a general audience, suitable for the character of the area, and that it doesn't clash with the surroundings. We would like to make sure that it doesn't constitute signage, and that's really important. Signage would be something that would require a planning approval prior to acceptance, and there is a fee for that service. It would require a minor site development fee. So that would be a mural that maybe included the name of a business or something that was particular to what they do. So if you had a pizza parlor, maybe a big piece of pizza or something might constitute signage. So planning would need to be involved. timeline is the next thing that we're going to cover. Next slide, please. So we would, in an ideal world, we'd start in July requesting qualifications for mural artists, but obviously staff is prepared to put out a call for artists and get ideas, get people's portfolios as soon as council gives us the go ahead. And then we would, in an ideal world, start selecting, inviting nominations for mural sites and have the Arts Commission select mural sites and approve the pre-qualified artists list roughly September. And then the mural selection committees could begin in October, determining the theme and other parameters for their specific mural that's been chosen. And they would review the pre-qualified artists lists portfolio and choose 3 to 5 to be invited to submit concepts for their particular site. Review those concepts, choose a design, and provide directions on refinement. And then once they've gotten a design, then that would go to the Arts Commission, who would review selection committee's choices and quotes and prioritize the murals to present them to City Council for final approval. We would anticipate completing artwork painting in the springtime on a normal basis. As I mentioned at the beginning, City Council could certainly direct us to add a mural sort of outside of the timeline, but it does take about 4 to 6 months to go from start to finish on one of these, depending on the weather. Next slide, please. So earlier I had mentioned private property. If a privately owned space is nominated by someone other than the owner in the program, and if they do, we would ask that the owner cover the design stipends, the mural cost, and administrative fee estimated at $700. If council agrees, staff would bring forward an amendment to the master fee schedule to accommodate this. Next slide, please. As I said earlier, though, there is a possibility of a way to use the public art funds for private murals, and that is if the city was to include recording an agreement on the property title at the recorder's office in exchange for the city supporting the artwork installation. So essentially, we would be guaranteeing that the mural would exist and be available for the public to enjoy, even if the property changes hands. And so that would be very important for us to consider if we wanted to assist public or assist private owners in that way. We'd like to get onto the policy considerations. So next slide, please. These are things that we'd like your feedback on. First of all, is the proposed program's purpose and goals reflective of your vision? Should the program include street murals? You've seen examples of street murals as we've gone through the program, and that's something that we don't have in Milpitas, but is something that would be relatively easy for us to do because we own the street. Also, we'd like to get your feedback on whether the program should allow for temporary and/or permanent installations. Do you want both or one or the other? Should the city provide funding for any costs related to murals installed on private property? And again, I mentioned that there were some ways that we could potentially assist private owners. Next slide, please. You also talked about a veterans mural at the June 1st meeting. As part of the work plan discussion, we're recommending that you include the veterans mural as one of the 4 mural installations for a future year, assuming that you approve the mural program. Next slide, please. You've also mentioned that you're interested in a mural on Main Street, and we know that that's a tight deadline and a high priority. So if the council directs, we would move forward with perhaps a temporary mural for the Holiday Magic on Main Street event. And it could be moved, since it's temporary, it could be moved to city buildings following the event. And then perhaps you could provide 1 to 2 subject themes for the mural if we were to do one for Main Street on the holidays. Next slide, please. And after receiving council input, our next steps will be to return with a final mural program to you by the end of September and include an appropriation of $50,000. Once approved, we would implement the program, and our goal would be to complete 4 murals by summer 2022. Next slide, please. So I leave you with the recommendations. Our staff recommendation is that you review the proposed mural program and provide feedback to staff, and also provide feedback to staff regarding a theme and location for a permanent or temporary mural for Main Street revitalization events that are scheduled for December. Thank you very much. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Tegan. That was great work. That was super great. I mean, I think it's one of the best presentations I've been able to witness from you and with the Art Commission. So I just want to say a big thank you. I'm very pleased to see this great idea, really an amazing idea from the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano. I know you brought this up not too long ago, but it's come back to us really in a timely manner. I'm so glad this is moving along to even see some of these art pieces to be completed by next summer if all goes well. And what a night to look at some art, because we've added over $200,000 to our arts fund. And so that's going to really propel this initiative of yours, Vice Mayor. I'm pretty much A-okay with it. I know this is the Vice Mayor's vision, so I'm going to really listen to the Vice Mayor. One thing I will say, though, is I don't really have too much support, if any, for the ground mural, just because, I don't know, we do a lot of resurfacing our streets and the rain and the elements, and it's just kind of hard to maintain as well. So other than that, I really like the murals in public spaces, I think I've seen an overpassing, overcrossing, and that's what we need. I know San Jose did an art project over by the San Jose Sharks arena. That's pretty neat on Santa Clara. So, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, staff, for really being diligent and streamlining this. And I know one of the reasons is for the Main Street revitalization for the winter program. And also the interest in the veterans mural for, I think, when's the next veterans holiday. I do agree with the mayor. Street murals, wear and tear, and it just, you can have a beautiful mural on the ground and then it won't last. It's better for people to see it on the wall. So I noticed that you didn't have sound walls and as one of your on the list. Or maybe you did, I didn't see it. So there's a lot of sound walls in Milpitas that I feel that would be ideal to have a nice mural, especially in the transit area. I like the fact that bridges, that was a really nice one that we've seen under the bridges, I guess near VTA or in different parts of the city where there are bridges, maybe even Calaveras Bridge. However, never mind, because we're hoping that will be widened in the future. So thank you so much. This is what we wanted to see. We want to move forward with this. And once you start putting murals, it makes a huge difference. The city of San Jose, when I do travel over there, and they have beautiful murals, and say, wow, it really makes the whole area, the whole city become like a metropolis. It just makes a statement. It's the fact that it's art and you're appreciating people's artistic values. So it really doesn't make a difference to see art murals in a city. There was a famous Mexican artist, Diego Rivera. So he made a lot of murals in Mexico, and he's famous for. But murals do depict the times, the past, the present, and the future. I think it's going to really change the aura of this city. It's going to be great. The other thing I wanted to mention, Tara, is that you mentioned you're going to have different artists. Now, these artists, we have a lot of famous Latino artists, Filipino artists that for some reason they're not being recognized. I would like to see, more minority artists, and in that pool of applicants. So I don't know how you do that, but
We'll do some outreach. Yeah, it is art, and outreach, absolutely.
Yeah. So if you can kind of reach out to different folks.
Yeah, it's like music, different artists, so well said, actually. Yeah.
So yeah, because we do need a diverse pool of artists, and not just have one artist to do all the murals, but have different artists to have diverse.
Say no
artists.
more.
So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you so much, staff. This is a great presentation, and I love the draft and where this is moving. I do just have one question. In one of the slides, could you help me understand if it's a private, what do they? I mean, I always thought if it was a private, they could just do a mural if they wanted to. So these stipulations are only for those that are seeking city funding? So weird.
And we'll go to Walter or Tegan. I see Walter. Walter?
That's correct. So if the A want to have city funding, or the city would like to have a mural on that location, for instance, in essence, what we need
microphone, sir.
In essence, what we need is an easement for the wall, so they cannot destroy it, or when they sell the next property owner could destroy it.
Okay.
And also have access to it for the public and for maintenance.
Okay. So I just don't want to limit private owners if they want to do a mural, because I agree. I think murals, one, they deter graffiti, they're a crime deterrent, and they just bring a different vibe to the city. So I want to support those who want to do a mural, and I want to make sure that there's no extra. It sounds like if it's only city funding, there's restrictions or extra fees.
That's
right?
Yeah,
okay.
but
So if
also
it's private, they don't have to go through the extra fees.
They may have to, if it becomes a sign, what Tegan mentioned. So if the private property owner would like to do their own mural, there may be some restrictions in the zoning code.
Okay. So I think that's what I would like to see. What are those policies? Because I want to encourage private owners, if they want to do a mural, I don't want them to look at the bureaucracy of systems and say, well, it's going to take me longer to go through city permits and all these systems. And then they just say, forget it, right? I don't want to do it. And I don't want to deal with the city. Because unfortunately, that's what I hear a lot. It's not that they don't want to. It's the city has so many processes and procedures for them just to get to the end that they quit halfway. But they're more than welcome to donate a wall and put them together with the local artists. So I think for me, I want to understand that a little better. So maybe in the recommendations, I want to know what the process is and all of the fees and all of that. Like what triggers what? That's what I want to try to understand a little more. Because if a private owner wants to do a mural, that's their property. I want as a city to support that if that's what they want to go. And if they're not asking for city funding, then I definitely want to make sure that we lessen the process. So maybe we could add that into the mural program, just so we could get clarification of what that process is. And then in terms of fees, if they are asking for city funding, I would recommend to try to waive the fees, even if it's just $700, especially we're asking them to go through a process that we have to in this case, because they're asking for city support. So for me, I do want to see just that modification once it comes back for a final approval. I would want to support, just lessening the process, lessening the fees, especially if they're going to let us use their wall for their private property of some sort. I'm not too married to, I like sidewalk murals. I think they're trendy. I love lights. I like the combination of paint and lights and sound. I know that when we went to San Diego for a conference, when I first joined the council, it was pretty cool to like walk up these stairs and they had like sound and there was paint on the floor. It's just different. I love the traditional murals as well. I think the scan code is a great idea to really give the mural complete story and help those that may not see the story walk them through it. So I really like that. Maybe not so much, the floor installations. I mean, the floor murals. I don't know. Maybe there's something out there that's not just paint on the floor. Maybe there's a combination of things that we could look to see what's out there. I really like the floor murals. I think it's different. That's just my personal opinion. Let's see. The other thing I think I wanted to really incorporate local, just trying to find the local artists for Milpitas. I think that's really important to try to look for those local artists. They are out there. And someone asked me, and I said, that's a great question. I don't know. I'll get back to you. But they said, as I was going through this, the part that says it needs to be supervised or moved through a professional muralist. And someone said, well, what's a professional muralist? And I said, I don't know. Right? I don't know. Does that mean like, did someone publish 2 murals and then now you're a muralist? I mean, we may have someone that's local and knows how to, right? Do you have a Pinterest? Do you have more than 12? I don't know what that means. So maybe we could just define it. And that's because it came from the community. It's like, well, I know art, I know how to paint. And I was like, okay, I'll get back to you on that. So maybe we could just define that because I think we have a lot of local talent and I would not want to put in a policy that's not going to include them. Other than that, I think it's great. So thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Any support for the floor murals? I am opposed. Any further support for the floor murals? The floor. So we're talking about the floor mural. Okay, I'm opposed. Any interest in the floor mural? I don't. Okay, so no interest in the floor mural. Next up, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I do agree with Councilmember Dominguez, and I do want to promote the local artists as well. So somehow the recommendation was to have 4 murals a year. If we can have 1 local artist out of the 4 in a year, I think that would be more acceptable to me. So I don't know how you guys can do that, but at least let's patronize our own artists. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up, you have Councilmember Fan.
I think the idea of engaging local artists is really a good one that we should pursue. However, I would suggest that if we do pursue this, that you actually seek out the talent. I think if you just simply solicited bids, a lot of folks, local artists, especially up and coming talent, they're not familiar with the entire RFP process. It's not something that I think a lot of indie folks are used to, and there's a lot of great talented up and coming indie artists, especially amongst our youth. We've seen some of the work highlighted before here at City Hall. occasionally we'll have displays but I can't imagine that they professionally submit bids through, municipalities throughout the region. It's not a common practice. There's a certain niche that goes after these government bids. So I would suggest that we put in some effort to seek talent, to really put it out there. I think at the end of the day, it's largely going to be word of mouth that, hey, did you know the city of Milpitas, is looking for artists to commission for these murals here, and folks will step up. That's what I envision that process to look like. But yes, that will entail a little bit of extra work. But we have some very passionate folks here on the Arts Commission, some volunteers in the city, and of course our city staff, very creative. I'm sure we'll be able to, meet the demands there. But yeah, I would love to support local talent.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. I couldn't agree with you more on everything you just said. You're absolutely correct. And you made me think about downtown San Jose. I may frequent the establishments down there here and there, but it's just amazing what downtown San Jose has done with the murals. I just really see it when you're out there. Maybe outside of Gordon Biersch or who knows where. Yeah, right. Yeah. Anywho,
I can just respond to a few things, Mayor.
What?
If I can just respond to a few items quickly.
Please.
Yeah. So it's a request for qualifications. The idea is to really cast the net wide and bring people into the pool, that the Arts Commission has a chance to select from those folks in the Mural Selection Commission. It's really intent to do that, not restrictive. Reaching out locally, I hear that we can do that. And the only thing about the permit, Councilmember Dominguez, is the idea is this will pay for the cost of staff to shepherd a private owner through the process to help them achieve their goals. It's our intent there. So, but otherwise, we heard your feedback. Thank you very much. We'll come back with a program for you to approve in September.
Excellent, Walter. Excellent.
Feedback on the themes for the Main Street, though. It's the last thing for the.
Oh, we need that tonight, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So let's go to the Vice Mayor, who's been the leading person for the mural program and also for, what do you call it? Renovating Main Street? Main Street revitalization. That's a big word. Okay. Take it away, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So I would like to make a recommendation to move ahead, go forward with the mural program that staff has provided. Oh, which wall on Main Street?
Or what do you want?
What kind of theme? Can you bring up this PowerPoint slide, please? And Tegan, which slide number is it on?
I can't hear you, Walter.
Okay, can you bring up the PowerPoint slide, please? And which slide number is it on?
Yeah, so we're looking on some recommendations for Main Street. What are we looking to do with the murals?
Slide number 20, please.
Well, I'd like to see some historical perspective on Main Street, because that is a historical part of our city. It's the heart of our city, really. Where?
We'll come back to you with the location. We just wanted to get an idea about the theme first so we can work with a pool of artists and come back with you for design and location.
Okay.
Yeah, the theme, huh? I think historical, you got that.
And what we're proposing is a temporary art mural piece, which we then have at the Main Street event in December.
Right.
And then we'll showcase it around the city in various locations.
Okay. Something historical.
Okay. We can come up with some ideas.
Because remember, it's permanent. It's not just for the.
This one's temporary.
Oh, okay.
It will be for several years. We'll use it for several years. That's the idea.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Great.
That's all the direction we need for tonight.
That's good.
Thank you very much.
Good enough.
Thank you for the great discussion.
Walter, thank you very much. Fantastic. Okay, great. Yeah, I can't believe we've never had a mural program before here in the city of Milpitas. And I want to thank the Vice Mayor Carmen Montano for making it happen. Okay. And so We'll go back to Tegan here. We reviewed it. We've provided feedback. We don't need a vote. It looks like you got everything you need, right, Tegan?
I do. Thank
Okay,
you.
fantastic. Very well, very well. Moving on here to item number 18. I do want to take a moment here. I intended to put this on the consent calendar as a routine business item. And so if there's no objection, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 18. Is there any objection? Okay, that's a motion to approve item number 18. We have a second by Council Member Chua. All in favor, back to Council Member Chua.
Mayor Tran, before you make a motion to approve, I just wanted to have you guys take any public comment that might be related to that item.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Let me go back to 17. Did I take public comment on 17? Okay, so let me get public comment on 17. And so we'll go to the Zoom. Folks at home watching, I guess it's getting a little late. It's our first meeting back, so I want to apologize for that misstep there, but we can step back on it. And item number 17 for public comment. We didn't make a formal vote, but we'll take a public comment. If folks want to comment on item number 17, please do so on the Zoom with your virtual raised hand. Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, that's it for public comment number 17. Thanks for being with us here tonight, folks. And the time check is 10:45. Moving on to item number 18. As I expressed just moments ago, I intended to put this on the consent calendar, but since it's not, let's take public comment on it. If anybody on the Zoom would like to make a public comment, there's no members of the public here in our City Hall chamber, so I'll go straight to the Zoom for item number 18, if that is something that interests you. Okay, going once, going twice. I don't see any virtual raised hands for item number 18, and so we did that opportunity. Let's go to the vote again. I'll move to approve item number 18. We have a second from Councilmember Chua, and then we'll go with the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, item number 18. It is not time sensitive tonight. ARPA item is not time sensitive tonight. I know we got folks tuning in from across the city for item number 19. Super important, and we're working on it as such, but it is not an item of time sensitivity. I'm making a motion to postpone item number 19 to the next regular city council meeting. I need a second. Oh, yes. Okay.
For quite a while.
Yes.
I actually wanted to, since you've made the motion, to kindly ask, it's already 11 o'clock. The rest of the items are really, there's some that are gonna, I think are gonna foster some conversation. And I would kindly ask if you could just include 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and move them into the next council meeting.
I believe item number 21 is time sensitive, and we do have items number 6 and 7 from consent. So I'd like to continue this meeting.
Okay. With due respect, what time does our meetings, we had as a council agreed that our meetings were going to end, was it 10?
I think I'm going to make a motion to continue the meeting. Looking for a second. We have a second from Councilmember Chua. We'll go with the vote. Councilmember Chua. We have an aye from Councilmember Chua. Councilmember Dominguez. We have a motion to continue the meeting. We have Councilmember Fan. Oh. Councilmember Fan.
I, with the caveat that we will end at midnight or before.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. Vice Mayor Montano. Microphone, yeah.
Aye.
Thank you very much. This meeting continues. Now I'd like to make a motion to postpone item number 19 due to time management. And so motion to postpone item number 19 to the next regular city council meeting. We'll need a second. We got a second from, who was that? Councilmember Ships. I'm so far away. We got a second from Councilmember Chua, and we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua. Councilmember Dominguez. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Item number 19 has been postponed to the next regular city council meeting. Now we're going to item number 21. I'd like to go from 20 to 21. If there's any objections, please let it be known. We're moving to item number 21 next. If there's any objections, please let me know.
Mayor, what
Yes.
about item 20?
Yeah, we're gonna get to 20. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going for the vote. Any objections to moving to item number 21 at this point in the agenda? Okay. Councilmember Fan.
I'd like to do 20 before. Quite a lengthy list,
Okay.
and we do have a link. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to go to item number 21 as the next item of discussion. Need a second. We have a second from Councilmember Chua, and we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
We have aye from Councilmember Chua. Councilmember Dominguez. Get my microphone here.
Exactly. No.
Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
Vice Mayor Montano. We have an aye from the Vice Mayor. Myself is an aye. We're going to item number 21, based on the June 21st, 2021 council vote to move to a full-time in-house city attorney. Recommend the city council establish an ad hoc council subcommittee comprised of mayor and vice mayor to provide additional direction to staff. Thank you very much for your time. It's a simple business item, and I'm ready to vote to approve it. We're here to take any comment from the council. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for bringing this item forward. I just have a couple of questions, and maybe you could help me move through this. So can I have some clarification of the prime purpose of the ad hoc council subcommittee for this item? What is their goal?
Well, we have a number of subcommittees here in the city of Milpitas, as we all know. This is a process that is driven by the council, and the challenge is the Brown Act. For us to form a subcommittee is to really ensure that we are moving forward as a council with respect to the Brown Act, using an abundance of caution for the decision-making. The city manager and other city staff, along with our current city attorney, are working and assisting us throughout this transition period as we look for a full-time city attorney. But they also need feedback from the city council. And like other cities' best practices, forming a subcommittee would be really necessary for our city manager and other city staff, including the city attorney, to obtain some feedback about some of the questions they may have going forward. They do follow the direction of the council. The subcommittee will meet in public, just like any other subcommittee, if necessary and appropriately, as this is a personal matter. Any further questions, Councilmember Dominguez?
Absolutely. To follow up on that, I wanted to know, so you say the goal, so clarification, when there is subcommittees, there's always a goal. So we may have a subcommittee on housing, we may have a subcommittee on the rules, but there's always a goal. Has this decision already moved through a council approval?
This is on the agenda tonight for approval.
No, I mean to move, let me rephrase that. Has this council moved to approve to move into a full-time in-house city attorney model?
Based on the June 21st council vote to move to a full-time in-house city attorney.
Point of clarification, was that vote to make that happen or to explore it?
to make it happen.
So when you say make it happen, do you mean it's already a decision? So there's no going back on that decision?
I'm just using the words that you're putting out. Those are your words that you used. So when I say this is just really repeating what you said.
With all due respect, that's not what I said. And you've gaslighted me 7 times during this meeting. So just letting you know, I am keeping track. So that is not what I said. What I would like to know is, has this council made a final decision to move into a full-time in-house city attorney model? We have it. The vote on June 21st was to explore that model, but it's not a finalized decision, correct?
So I think where we're at today is we're pursuing and we're looking for a full-time city attorney. The day that we separate from our current the day that we separate from our city attorney, that'll be the day we vote to do that. Based on the BBK contract, as a city council, we're able to do that at that time and point.
Perfect. Okay, so that definitely clears it up. So thank you. Mayor, I'm still speaking. And your body language is very disrespectful. I don't want to start off like that. Could I continue? Vice Mayor, may I continue?
Carry on. We do have a time constraint this evening.
All right, so my next question. So the goal, again, I just feel like there's not a certain goal. So is the goal of the ad hoc committee to get community input, or to just get input from 2 members who sit on this to move that idea forward?
We're going to use the best practice as we would search for a city manager externally. In the past, prior to your arrival on the council, we did go through a recruitment process for a city manager at the time. And so we're going to really use that best practice to look for a city attorney. Community input will be key, and absolutely we'll take it.
Okay. So when you mean best practice to who is my question, because we did do a best practice recruitment for a city manager, but we did that once the vote went through, the final vote to move in that direction went through the entire body of this leadership team. It wasn't up to just 2 members to say, hey, we need a new city manager. We voted for that in different forums that were allowed to, like closed session. We reported it out, and then we moved after with the subcommittee. For anything, it's a best practice to do that after this council as a whole decides to move in that direction. The clarification and what I feel is being misconstrued is that this body has already decided to move with a full-time in-house city attorney, which that vote has not happened. It's just to explore it. So again, what is the goal of the ad hoc council? Because if you tell me that it's to move forward with this, then I believe the 2 people on this ad hoc committee shouldn't be the 2 top leaders of this leadership team. It should be 2 other members of this council to really explore that, to give it a well-versed best practice perspective. That is a best practice that other cities use. Now, we could also, in this ad hoc subcommittee, we could also explore other options, which are best practices of other cities, like making the city attorney position an elected position. That's a best practice that has been used in other cities. That would bring a different perspective that this ad hoc committee could explore. But yet, if it's the same 2 people that are moving the idea forward, that are going to be representing the perspective to explore it in the ad hoc committee, you're not really bringing a different perspective. You're just saying there's transparency, but there really isn't because it's the same two people. So my goal and a best practice is to ensure that there is transparency and that we are providing non-political and a non-personal agenda forward. And I think that that can't be done with the two members respectfully who it sounds like it's you and the vice mayor. I think personally it should be Councilmember Fan since he's been here the longest and he has that historical, you yourself trust him so much you moved a seat because you trust his seniority on this council, and I do too. And I also think it should be Councilmember Evelyn Chua because she's new and she brings a new perspective that could.
Motion to limit discussion. It's getting really late. I want to make a motion to limit discussion and give everybody else an equal opportunity to speak at the same time.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Dominguez. Thank you for sharing those. I think tonight we're going to move forward. It is my intention to move forward with item number 21. We've been through the recruitment process before here in this town, and we got a pretty good idea of how it works. I think the council has made a solid decision. It's not something new. You know, the council's been meeting about this particular item going back to the beginning of this calendar year. And so it's been a very steady and deliberate process that really includes all the factors necessary for the public, as well as the council and everybody in City Hall. And so next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying about the recruitment process, but I think that the main difference historically in the past is that with previous recruitments, we weren't split as to the direction, and so that's why in the past I have always felt comfortable with such a process of a subcommittee, if you will. This item, particularly though, I think, generates different views on it. We have our differences of opinion on this item, so it's not as clear in terms of agreement. That said, I do understand that action was taken. However, with a change that's this instrumental, we're not talking about a policy change or anything like that. Usually with like policy, for example, I'm completely comfortable with having council members lead the discussion. My view on this in particular, I would prefer for us to have the discussion as a whole, where all of us can chime in, just because the position itself would report to all of us. So for two of us to decide that or influence that, I think that we would be able to have more of a objective discussion regarding the merits of whether we're for or against it, if we're all able to chime in. So in lieu of like a subcommittee process, I would be much more comfortable with like a study session, amongst the entire council, and have that, agendized for a special meeting. It doesn't, take away your ability to obviously share your perspective, but I think it holds equal all of our perspectives here. That said, if I were nominated to serve along any of you on the subcommittee, I wouldn't say no. It's just, it's my preference that we don't go through a subcommittee process on an item as divisive as this. Because at the end of the day, we do want to send a strong message that, you know, we can work together. That's I think the decent thing to do with respect to the person currently holding the position, and certainly for our community watching at home. Those are just my thoughts. I think this is just going to be something we're going to have disagreement on, but I would like for all of our views to count here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Fan, and everybody's views will count. As you remember, when we were recruiting for the city manager, we met in closed session. We looked at the list of candidates. Everybody's welcome to apply. Their interview process is actually amongst all of us agendized. And so we will be together. Fact of the matter is, it's a practical item here. We, as a subcommittee, may need to meet with the city manager and the city attorney, human resources, deputy city, all these people. And we may need to meet twice a week, every week for the next 3 months, 4 months. And to think that we're going to have a special meeting every time is just impractical. Folks have work, other obligations. And so this subcommittee is really just for input. And as the mayor of this city, I am a leader and I need to be a leader here. And I'm asking the number 2, the vice mayor, who you've all put your faith and trust in with your vote and whatnot, to be there. Okay. And so we're moving forward, I think, with item number 21. I just want to be really nice about it. You know, I try to be the nicest person in town. And so if there's no further comment, I want to move this item. Need a second. Oh, no, was there a comment? Okay. And Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is a standard process procedure. When as a matter of fact, when Debbie Giordano and we were with that subcommittee, and it really streamlines the process. And then we make the recommendations, and we did it. First, we did a search firm, or we had city manager or HR do with a search firm. We voted for it, and then we selected a pool of applicants, and they came, and then the whole city council voted. So it's a standard procedure. And I'll remind you that I worked with our city attorney for many, many years. So it's not like I don't know him. You mentioned about seniority, that you were the person that worked with him, but I worked with him as well. So I don't know where that came from, but yeah, I just want to second it.
Okay, we got a motion by myself. We have a second by the vice mayor. Let's go to the vote. Councilmember Chua. We have aye from Councilmember Chua. Let's go to Councilmember Dominguez. We have a no from Councilmember Dominguez. Let's go to Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
We have a no from Councilmember Fan. We're going to the vice mayor.
Yes.
And we have a yes from the vice mayor and the yes from myself. And that item number 21 is approved. Thank you very much. And for item number 20, I want to make a motion to postpone item number 20 to the next city council meeting, regular meeting. And if I don't hear any objections, I think that'll be very clear. Okay. And so the motion to postpone item number 20 to the next city council meeting. Let's just get a vote. Councilmember, I'll move it. Need a second. We have a second from Councilmember Chua to postpone item number 20 to the next regular city council meeting. And we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua. Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Item number 20 has been postponed. We have item number 6 and 7. We have to knock it out before we get out of here tonight. And we'll go to item number 6. Vice Mayor, how can we help you? Is it a quick question? No presentation needed? Okay. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. That one, I just had a quick question. Since this item is adopt a resolution granting acceptance of the streets resurfacing 2020 project number 4296. And I was just wondering, is that area, those areas that are listed here, North Hillview Road, Jacqueline, are they part of a transit area specific plan? And this is a Cottonwood Drive, where all the industries at, not so much North Hillview, but Sycamore Drive, Cottonwood, Buckeye.
Yeah, we have our Director of Engineering.
Is that part of the does that area have a task? Because it's all industry.
And from the Department of Engineering.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So no, that is not part of the task area. The streets listed are not included.
But so it's not a separate task area because if that place has been there for forever, the city was built. Okay, and then the second one is now. This one is on C7.
Oh, let me pause it for a second. I'm sorry.
Oh, so I make a motion to approve that.
Let me pause. Let me go to Councilmember Chua.
And can I request the Vice Mayor to postpone C7, please?
Okay.
And I make a motion to accept C6.
Okay, so let's do one at a time now. We had a motion to accept and approve C6. I'll second that motion for C6 and we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua. No, it's the vote. Just vote. Okay, we have an aye from Councilmember Chua. And next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano. And myself is an aye. Item number 6 is approved. And item number 7, there is a motion to postpone to the next regular city council meeting. Is that what I heard, Councilmember Chua? Okay. We can't approve it tonight? Okay. All right. Just want to ask. Okay. You got it. All right. Okay. Okay. We had a motion to postpone item number 7 to the next regular city council meeting. We have a second from Councilmember Dominguez. Let's go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano. That's an aye from the Vice Mayor, and myself is an aye. Item number 7 is postponed. Okay, Wendy?
Just wanted to check on item 22.
Item number 22, I believe we put that in item number 23 on the consent calendar. Oh, it did get pulled. Let's make a motion to postpone that one to the next regular city council meeting. I do think residents would want to comment on that at a better time. So I'll move item number 22 to be postponed to the next regular city council meeting. Need a second now. We have a second from the Vice Mayor. We'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua. Okay, aye from Councilmember Chua. It's okay if I repeat it. Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Item number 22 is being postponed. Thank you, City Clerk, for catching that. You got it. Thank you so much. Okay, that's it. We made action on every single item on the agenda, and I'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Oh my God, 11:15.